Good, we are ready to go.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to open the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yep. I'd like to turn the meeting over at this point to the solicitor.
Good evening, everyone. Before we begin with the business at hand this morning, the board is in need of reorganization to elect a chair. So at this time, we'll entertain nominations for chair of the zoning hearing board.
I'd like to nominate Deb.
Is there a second?
Second.
No, only these two, yeah. Deb, I think you have to, if you're amenable.
I accept.
All right, so having a motion and a second of a two-member board, two seated members, that motion will pass, and Ms. Woodard, you will be the chair of the zoning hearing board. Since by doing that, you have vacated your role as secretary, we will take a nomination for the role of secretary.
I'd like to nominate Bob.
Is there a second?
Accepted.
All right. Since there is a motion and a second for the role of secretary, Mr. Gwynn will be the secretary of the zoning hearing board. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to move forward to the solicitor announcements.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Prior to this meeting, the board met in executive session to discuss questions of law related to the applications before the board this evening and questions of procedure. Additionally, for this evening's hearings, we have a lengthy agenda, so we ask for your cooperation on the board's procedures. There are two ways to participate in this evening's hearings if you are not here as an applicant and here as an interested party. The first is public comment. At the end of every hearing, we will present an opportunity for public comment. Public comment is open to any to come forward. You'll be sworn in and you'll be able to present comment statements in support or in opposition of the application. If you feel that you're particularly affected by an application at the beginning of each hearing, we will ask for those interested in being recognized with party status. Party status is an elevated way of method of participation if you are particularly affected. It allows you to participate fully in the hearing, asking questions of the applicant's witnesses, presenting evidence and testimony of your own. You will receive a copy of the decision of the board, and you will be eligible to take an appeal to the Court of Common Pleas if you disagree with the board's decision. Like I said, that's an elevated way of participation, and we can address that if anybody is interested in that for each individual hearing. However, if you do intend to request party status, we would ask that you fill out a form located on the front table, the party status request form, with your name, address, and your contact information, most notably your email address, so that we're able to keep in touch with you. Madam Chair, those are all the announcements I have at this time. I think it's right that we move forward with this evening's hearings.
Okay. Our first application is 9/2 of 23, application of Rodney Jones for variance from section 550-33A, table 8-1 to permit one off-street parking space where two are required. The location is 139 Sherbrooke Boulevard, Upper Darby. It's the R3 residential district in the 6th council district.
Mr. Jones? Yes. All right. Before we begin, the board will enter a couple of exhibits. The first will be the ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. Jones, do you have anybody with you tonight?
My daughter.
Okay, your daughter. But can we have Mr. Jones sworn in?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I sure do.
All right, Mr. Jones, the floor is yours to make your presentation on your application.
Excuse me?
The floor is yours to make a presentation on your application.
Good evening. I'm here requesting approval to permit one off-street parking space at 139 Sherbrooke Boulevard, where there is currently a two off-street parking space requirement. Since purchasing this property at 139 Sherbrooke for over 9 years for my daughter, we have been using only the one off-street parking space. since that time, due to the inability of being able to fit a modern-day vehicle in the garage space, which I assume you guys are using as a off-street parking space. Since my daughter is the only licensed driver and the only person with a registered vehicle in the household that will use that parking space on a daily basis, I hope the zoning board will deem this request to move this 2 off-street parking spot requirement is a reasonable request. I have also made the assumption that having the 1 off-street parking space would not cause an issue, as I have noticed that majority of the other residents most currently use the only 1 off-street parking space, which again, I deem should be a reasonable request to only have the 1 off-street parking space at my property. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I did realize I always do this on the first application. Are there any persons present tonight who are requesting party status for this application? All right, seeing none. Madam Chair, I think it'd be appropriate for board questions.
I'm just a little confused by your garage is currently closed off?
Well, I'm making an attempt to close the garage off as a living space right now. Again, for the last 9 years, it's been a parking garage used basically for storage because I couldn't fit a car in there.
Right, right. And so you're asking for the 1 off-street parking?
I'm asking so that, again, I'm assuming that the garage is being considered as the second off-street parking space. So I'm asking to permit to only have the 1 off-street parking space, which is actually the driveway.
Okay, okay, I'm clear now, okay. Okay, thank you.
Isn't there an alleyway behind your property?
There's a driveway behind the property, yes.
How long is that area from where the alleyway is to your property where your garage would be?
So my garage and the property is in the front. So the back of the house is a driveway where you can't really park back there because it's
So you
passable.
don't have parking really in the back?
No,
to use it,
no.
but you do have the garage itself, which you could use for that purpose. And that was the intent of them having to have 2 spaces to begin with. One would be the garage, and the other is what you have out front. You don't have a specific defined area for your space. It could be anywhere on that block.
Well, I still have the driveway where I can still park the 1 car. So again, I guess you have the driveway, then you have the garages in the back. So the driveway and the garage is kind of like here. So the 1 off-street parking is still in my driveway, where it's not going to affect the parking on the street for the vehicle, for the 1 vehicle that my daughter has.
What is the hardship?
What's the hardship of?
What is the hardship that you're experiencing?
Right now, I don't have a hardship, but again, I'm assuming that because you guys are deeming that garage as a parking space, that if I get rid of that parking space, you're deeming that I will only have 1 off-street parking space in my driveway.
Does the closing off of the garage include any like extensions forward into your driveway?
No, it doesn't.
No. And currently you only have 1 car. Would it be safe to say that you could fit 2 cars if you pulled your cars up close enough?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
At least if I'm.
Mr. Jones, so you said that you can't fit a modern car in the garage, right? It's undersized?
The current garage, yes, the garage is undersized for the type of vehicles that we have.
So it's your representation that the garage space it's not feasible to use that as a parking space, correct?
Correct, and have not used it for over 9 years that I've been there.
What is, and I know Mr. Gwynn touched on the rear of your property. Is there anything unique about your property as opposed to other properties in the neighborhood about on the rear? Or can you have parking back there?
Yes, I could, but I see on the other side of where the folks that, where they're back in space in my house, they have an interest there. So most time I've noticed when I'm cutting the grass there, that their cars are parked there. So I don't want to inconvenience anyone. If I park there, then it's like, it's like a maze of trying to get through there because then you'll have, it's not enough parking spaces to just keep continuously over there. So I would rather not park back there and cause any confusion of anyone that has to park back there as they have.
I guess my question was more so, it looks as, it seems as though your side of the street has rear yards and no one else does. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are there any other properties, like your neighbors or such, that have closed off the garages?
Yes, it is. Several.
And how close are those to your property? Like, is your property like in the middle of the row or on the corner?
I am the fourth house in from the corner coming from off of Bradford. So there's one house, the third house, and then the house directly next door to me, they are closed in as well. And a few other houses further down the block that has closed off their garages as well.
So both of your neighbors have closed off
Yes.
garages? Okay.
Is the circumstance for closing off the garage because the car that you have is high?
It's a combination, is more or less for my daughter car, it's just not big enough, wide enough for her to park a vehicle in there. And if I was to attempt to park in there, my vehicle is too high.
A lot of people don't seem to be using it.
Are there any other board questions?
I have none. No more questions? Okay. Is there any public comments? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve this request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. I mean, it passes 2-1 then. And Mr. Jones, you'll receive a written decision of the board within 45 days of tonight, but you have an approval.
Thank you. Enjoy your night.
We should just put that at the end of every, go Phils.
Every- Okay. Moving right along, application 9-4 of 23 of, please, excuse me if I mispronounce any names tonight, Nikhil, Maine, for a special exception pursuant to section 55021C5 to permit a tobacco smoke store shop. The location is 4308 Township Line Road in Drexel Hill. It's a C1 commercial district in the 3rd Council District.
And we'll just note for anybody in the audience that this is a continued application. We'll recognize that the township continues in party status and is represented by Ms. Marcini. Is there, I don't believe there was anybody else who took party status in this matter, but I will ask, is there anybody here tonight who is interested in party status? Seeing none, the board has no further, we didn't repost this, correct? We reposted? Well, then we'll mark ZHB 4 as notice photos of the October 24th, 2023 hearing, and ZHB 5 as proof of publication. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Miller to continue his presentation as per the board's request.
Thank you. I do have exhibit packets, which include the prior exhibits from the testimony at the last hearing, as well as new exhibits related to the issue that is outstanding.
Thank you.
Just by brief introduction, my name is Charles Miller. I represent Nikhil Manny, who's the applicant. We were before the board last month with respect to this application, requesting a special exception for a smoke shop at 4308 Township Line Road. The board graciously allowed the applicant to keep the record open in order to address specifically one area of the township ordinance which requires the applicant to show or demonstrate efforts to install or produce screening from the effects of the proposed smoke shop if the proposed shop is located within 300 feet of a residential district, residential building, which this one is. My client has produced a diagram which is A6 of the proposed location of a fence, which would be a 6-foot-high vinyl privacy fence, which extends from the side of the building up to the walkway, which extends from the sidewalk along Township Line Road and meets the parking lot of the shopping center. So that's approximately 12 feet. There are pictures of the area of the proposed location, which are A7, one of which, the final of which I believe shows as my client was driving in an attempt to demonstrate that there would be no adverse effects of sight lines driving. And then A8 is the owner authorization. The owner has executed a letter indicating that they have no issue with the maintenance of this fence and screening. The owner is actually also here this evening. And with that, I would call the applicant.
Mr. Miller, if you'll allow me before we do, I will note, since this is a continued application and we will have already noted in the record that the board makeup is different from your initial application, that the board members, Ms. Woodard and Mr. Gwynn, have reviewed the transcript of the previous hearing, and I believe there's no objection from the parties as to their rendering a decision this evening.
That's correct. No objection from the applicant.
Thank you. So we'll call the applicant up. I believe that's who you want. And sir, you understand that you are sworn in. We'll continue that continuing from last time. Consider that continuing. Thank
Do you
you.
want him here in front of the? I don't know what.
Can we swing one of these chairs around and have you sit at the side of this table here with a microphone? Is that okay?
Down, you go up here. You can take that with you.
Yeah, so he faces Bridget and the board. Is that, are you, any objection to that, Ms. Marcini? No, okay. Perfect, as long as he
Have a seat
can
right there.
talk into the microphone, we'll be good. Thank you, Josh. All right, you can sit if you want.
Okay. Thank you.
Make sure you.
Mr. Manny, he's still under oath. Is that correct? Okay. Sir, you recall your testimony at the prior hearing related to this matter, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you hear my summary that I offered the board this evening?
yes,
And did what I say was accurate and summarize what we're here today to do?
yes,
All right, so just, I gave you a copy of an exhibit packet, which includes Exhibit A6. Can you turn to that for me, please?
yes,
That's 5, I think. Yep. Yeah, the diagram.
okay.
Yep. Do you see that document?
Yes, I see it.
And did you draw that document?
Yes, I did.
Is that document drawn to scale? Do you know what that means?
Yes, right here.
Okay, but it doesn't, it's not exactly to scale, is it?
No,
Okay, all right. So there's can you describe to the board, there's a location there that says 12-foot vinyl fence. Is that correct?
yes,
Is that the area in which you propose to put a vinyl fence?
yes, that's the place.
Okay, and would that be, would you install that fence in order to screen the activities of the shop?
Yes,
And what would those activities consist of?
just like business,
Like, what would they be doing?
like the customers walk in, buy the product and they're leaving.
Okay, and again, there's not going to be any use of the products outside of your store, is that correct?
No,
Okay. And am I correct that, did you take a measurement of how far the area is extended between the side of the building to the proposed walkway?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that approximately 12 feet?
Yes, 12 feet.
And what you're proposing is a white vinyl fence?
Yes, white vinyl fence, 6 feet.
Okay. And Exhibit A7, if you could turn to those. Could you thumb through those pictures, please?
Yeah, this is the sidewalk, the next to the proposed property.
Right, and does that first picture, does that show the approximate location of where this fence would be?
Yes, on the right next to the building.
Right, and would it line up right where the sidewalk is there?
Yes,
Okay, and extend all the way up to the walkway that comes into the parking lot?
yes,
Okay, can you turn to the next few pages? And are these more pictures that show the approximate location of where that fence would be?
yes, right here, close to the left side.
Right. And can you turn to the third picture there? Again, now that's a straight-on shot, is that correct?
Yes, this is a straight-on shot.
Okay, and can you turn to the fourth picture, please? Again, is that another straight-on shot?
Yes,
Okay, and again, it shows the area between the side of the building of your leased space up to the walkway, is that correct?
yes.
All right, and can you turn to that final picture for me? And can you tell the board what that picture is?
This is from the drive, on the Township Line Road. I took a picture to make sure the cars were parked. They can, when they're backing up, they can see the view, everything. The vinyl thing, they cannot affect anything for the parking or coming back of the parking lot.
So in your opinion, the location of that fence, would that have any impact on traffic or driver sight lines as you're coming down Township Line Road?
No,
And do you believe that the fence that you're proposing would provide adequate screen for the residential properties for the activities of the people coming in and out of your shop?
yes,
And given your experience in operating other smoke shops within the area, do you believe that the fence and the operation of this smoke shop with the fencing, would that have a negative impact on their neighborhood?
no, not at all.
Right. And can you turn to the final exhibit there? I think it's 8, the very last page.
Yeah.
And can you tell the board what that is?
The owner permission to make the fence up there.
Right. And I believe there's also in the alternative, it says that if the board finds that fencing isn't sufficient, as it's stated under the zoning ordinance, plantings, the owner is authorized you to put some plantings in there in that same area, is that correct?
Yes,
And is the owner here this evening to support you in the installation of this fence?
yes, the owner is here tonight.
I don't have anything further for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Marcini?
Just a few questions, if I may. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for continuing this.
If you wouldn't mind, if you look at your exhibits, your photographs, particularly one of the last ones, I think they're all contained within number 7. So directly, the first one's fine. Oh, that's the one I'm looking at too. So if I may approach it, this is the one, we're both looking at the same one? How far would you say these apartments are from your store? About 10 feet?
I can say 20 feet.
20 feet, okay. And what we have here in these photographs are windows, which presumably are the apartments that would overlook your business, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, the fencing you propose, you would go from if I might approach, sir, you would go from this end here all the way up to here?
no, it's going to stop here.
You would stop at the sidewalk section, so
Yes.
maybe.
So
so
we cannot block the
Okay.
sidewalk.
Who owns the sidewalk?
Township,
The township owns that sidewalk?
I think so, because it's going
I
from
see that
here.
sidewalk. So you're suggesting that the township owns this additional sidewalk that goes to your property, correct?
Yeah.
So what you're suggesting is a fence is going to go just from the very end to not the big sidewalk, the smaller one,
Smaller
correct?
one,
Okay.
yes.
How long, how big is that distance?
It's 12 feet.
So you're suggesting a 12-foot fencing. Now, have you spoken to your neighbors here to see if they're going to approve that fencing?
Actually, it's on the owner's property, so I don't think they have
Oh,
objection.
have you determined that the owner also owns the property to the right or the
It's
left of the building?
right next to the building, so it's
You're
close to.
assuming that?
Yes.
You do not know whether or not he actually, because you'd have to put it, you're putting it in the grass. You're assuming he owns that property, but you don't know that. Now, you also indicated that you actually, you cannot control the use of the product outside of your store, can you? You can't control what people do when they leave your property or go outside your store.
But yeah, I cannot control that.
They can't what?
I cannot control that.
You can't control that. Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Just a quick recross, or a redirect. If someone's standing right outside your door at the shop, would you take action and if they were smoking right outside your door?
Yes, I can do that. We
so-
cannot smoke here. We have signs, no smoking signs and everything. So we can tell them that they cannot smoke here.
Got it, okay. And again, what we're talking about, so then the activities that we're talking about that you're screening from are people walking in and out of the front door of your space, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I don't have anything further.
Any recross based on that? Okay. Madam Chair, it would be appropriate for board questions at this time.
Yes. My question is around, I'm glad you recapped you can control what's right in front of the door of the property or your storefront. But what about on the other side of the wall or fence that's going up? You're not sure who owns it? Is that what you said? You're not sure who owns that the grassy part?
I'm not sure who was that.
So what if someone were to come in the store, buy product, come out of the store, go around the fence, you can't see them? And they may be doing something, and then the tenants in the building above may be able to see what's going on, but you can't, so you can't control it because it's on the other side. So how would you address that, or if tenants brought that to your attention later on, how would you handle that?
So if I could, what you're saying is you're asking him, how does he address people, activities on another property?
It's on the other side of the fence. He just can't see it from his view site out of the
Right.
store.
But
So. if they're
Seemingly
buying-
on the other side, on the other property. That's what
Well,
you're
if the
asking?
grass is a part of that strip, whoever owns it, then it's the same property. But he only rents or leases out the storefront. But now he has a blockage where he can't even see on the other side.
So,
so-
so I guess what I'm getting at is what you're suggesting is that you put up a fence, now you're blocking things and you can't see on the other side, but you have to have a fence to screen the activities. I mean, it seems like you're in a no-win situation, right?
Hold on. It wasn't a question to a witness. I think if I may, Ms. Woodard, I think what the question is although the screen is there to shield the business from the activities, who will be monitoring any overflow or activities that take place on the outside of the building, on the other side of the fence? I mean, is that policed by your client? Is that policed by the owner? How is the surrounding property policed?
If he
Yeah,
can
that's
answer,
fair.
if he can
And
answer.
Is there any monitors whatsoever? That's fair.
Yeah, we're gonna have cameras out there, so we're gonna make sure, no activities going up there too. We can make sure that the property is clear. We're gonna keep the cameras outside the property too,
On the front or?
on the
as
front
well?
side,
Right.
everywhere.
Is there a way that you can find out if your
Yes, anybody's
owner
hanging,
owns that part, and if that's a part of your, not that your lease space, but is that something who cuts it? Who cuts that grassy area?
The owner's here, I can have him testify.
Okay, then we'll save those questions for the
Okay.
owner.
That could be interesting.
I have a question. I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to understand the disposition of where the fence ends, how far out it comes. Is it ending, I'll say, with that white strip
It's
before the concrete?
right, it's concrete walkway that extends in a diagonal manner from the sidewalk along Township Line Road to the parking lot. If you look at the pictures, Exhibit A7, it shows where that walkway intersects with the parking lot, the blacktop. So that the fence would extend all the way from the edge of the building to that walkway where it intersects with the blacktop.
So, Mr. Miller, would it be fair if you look at the second picture under A7? What we're seeing there is the sidewalk at the front end of the picture is the sidewalk that's in front of the store, right? That's where you go in and out of the store. And the fence would stop where that angled sidewalk hits the parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
Right, does that clear it up? So if you look at this second picture, the fence would be from here, where the wall of the store is, to this sidewalk.
To the sidewalk.
Right.
I think that people are going to be blindsided going out.
So it's only the width of the sidewalk in front of the store and then a portion of the parking space. Is that accurate, Mr. Miller, as well?
Yes.
Or the witness, I'm sorry.
The fence would, I think what we're trying to get clarity around is, does the fence extend from the end of the concrete in front of the store to the concrete path that goes into the airport?
Starting from the concrete.
Stops at the concrete?
No, starts from the concrete and ends at the sidewalk.
Which sidewalk?
To the building, is that correct, sir?
To start at the building or the?
No, starts at the building,
Okay, and then, and where does it stop?
the sidewalk.
The concrete walkway that intersects on the blacktop.
A part of the asphalt would be covered by the fence as well. It would go across that little
It'd be
piece.
right next to it,
Right.
right
okay,
along,
yep,
yes, running
okay,
parallel to the blacktop.
Right, okay. That's not
This is the street. In the picture that you have in the first picture of 7, looks like a pillar comes up.
The utility pole?
No, this.
Yeah, it's
Utility.
a utility
This is
pole.
the- This is the other side.
This is the concrete right here. This path goes from here.
Yeah.
All the way to there, the asphalt. That's what he's referring to.
So there's, if I may, Mr. Miller, maybe help the board a bit. If you're looking at the first picture on 7 of A7, you'll see 2 sidewalks. One sidewalk runs along Township Line Road. Then you see the double utility pole there. And then if you look a little further into the property, there's an angled sidewalk that runs from the Township Line Road sidewalk on an angle up to the property. That is where the fence would start, and then it would go to the building. That is the proposal.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah.
ascertain.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
And this is going to be probably a good segue for the owner to come up, but I'm just going to ask if the leaser or leasee knows where does the property line start? I mean, like, we can wait to that. I guess an additional question, will people from the second floor of the residential apartments be able to see down? Like, how high, so you said it's a 6-foot fence, but how high up is the second floor windows on the apartment building adjacent? Give or take.
Give your best estimate, whatever you think.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, would you say that the second-story windows on the adjacent property are above 6 feet?
Mhm.
And then there's a third floor as well. And so they're going to be able to see over the fence. That's meant to screen.
I'm guessing they might see,
Yeah.
but there is not going to be any activity. The people walk inside, come outside. There is no activity up there.
And then I know this specific property has a bunch of windows on the side. What is being done to screen those windows to make sure that no activities can be seen from the outside, from all of the multiple apartment windows on the other side.
Yeah, the only activity is people coming inside and coming outside. So
If I may, I think he's, the council, board member's asking about the windows of your property, whether those residents will be able to see inside the windows of your property to see
No.
activity. So how are they not?
how?
Are you taking any measures to make sure they can't see in those windows? Will there be blinds?
Yeah, we're gonna blinds. We're gonna put the blinds.
Okay, so there's gonna be blinds. And then, I mean, it's hard to say who to ask this question to, in regards to, because it's kind of more of a building aspect. Yeah, actually, I'll just wait till the property owner to come up on that one, because it's about water and flood control.
Any other board questions?
Not at this time.
Mr. Miller, is there anything else you'd like to ask your client based on the board's questions?
No.
I think that's all for this witness.
You can you leave that there?
Sir, if you can state your name.
My first name is Danny, and my last name Nguyen, Nguyen.
What's your first name? Can you spell it, please?
Danny, Danny.
Swear or affirm
Yes, please.
do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
It's Danny Nguyen, right?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Wayne, if you could make sure you speak into the microphone.
Okay.
Sir, you're here this evening in support of the applicant's application to have a smoke shop at your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you own the property at 4308 Township Line Road?
You're correct.
And do you own any other spaces in that shopping center?
Yes.
Which one?
The nail salon there.
The nail salon on the far end of the building, is that what
Yes.
you're? Okay. And so Exhibit A8 is a letter which you signed indicating authorization for the installation of the fence, is that correct?
Yes.
So or will you allow a privacy 6-foot vinyl fence, 12 feet in length, to be installed from the edge of the premises of the building up to the walkway that connects to the blacktop of the parking lot?
Yes, that's a house requirement.
Okay. Now, one of the questions that the board members have raised is who owns the grassy part of the next to the buildings?
That belongs to the apartment company. Yeah.
How far from your building do you own out?
I believe I only own from the concrete to the parking lot. They own the grass and they own,
So who mows that grass?
The apartment complex.
The apartment complex. So the fence that you're proposing extends on a direct line from the edge of your building, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't maintain or cut the grass to the right of, or to the left of your building, I guess, right facing, correct?
And yes, no, we don't cut the grass in it.
And for the building, this space was previously occupied by a dry cleaner and tailor, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you see any negative, do you anticipate any negative impacts upon the neighborhood as a result of having a smoke shop in this unit?
I don't think so.
Okay. And what about, and do you foresee any negative impacts on parking at the shopping center?
Not really, because most shop over there, they just take out, they in and out about 5-10 minutes,
Right.
There's no problem with the parking there.
And how does that compare to the dry cleaner that was there?
I think the same amount with the traffic signals.
And the pictures that were presented, if you could look at A7, if you could just turn to A7.
Just have a break.
If you could flip through those. Do those pictures accurately represent the approximate location coming from this side of the building to the edge along the blacktop to the walkway? Does that represent where this fence would be installed?
Yes, I think I believe they have to be from the side, from the building to the sidewalk, small sidewalk right here,
Right, when you're pointing to where the concrete path intersects with the blacktop.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
I just have a very specific question. Sir, the lease that you provided indicates that you are leasing the property located at 4308 Township Line Road, consisting of 2,300 square feet. That's the building that you are renting, correct?
Yes.
So you do not own that grassy section as you testified to the left of your building or to the right of Line Avenue.
Yeah, I not own the rest.
So have you obtained permission from the owner of that grassy lot to place the fence?
I don't, because the only thing the leaser, he asked for the township, didn't make him to make difference.
What was that? I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
The only thing the leaser, the rental, he said the township requirement to he can put a fence on. We don't know what about the other property.
I didn't understand that either. Could you repeat what you said, sir? Could you understand it? I have a hard time understanding.
Okay, well, can you repeat your question?
The question would be, sir, that do you have permission from the owner of that grassy space to put the fence in?
Do you mean from the apartment complex? Huh? No, I don't have the permission for that.
Okay. Okay. And, I'm not getting into the parking. I think we've established that there is not sufficient parking for this facility at all. So I didn't want to get into the parking issue. So I have no other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marcini. Any redirect, Mr. Miller?
Yes, let's see here. Sir, if you could turn to the third picture in A7. It's looking directly head-on on the shop there. Yes. Now, there's a gutter that extends off the side of that building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, is that your gutter? Is that the gutter that, for your building? Right, so it's in that same lot, same part of the where the fence will be installed, only this fence will be a little further up, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And there are some bushes back there behind a fence, correct? Behind the existing fence, chain link fence?
Yes.
Right. Now, does that bush come on your property in the back?
Actually, that will belong to the
Is that the courtyard?
apartment, yeah.
That's the courtyard for the apartment?
Yes.
Right. So the fence will be extending in the same line perpendicular, parallel to that gutter, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that gutter's been there as long as you've owned the property?
Yes, it's been there for a long time. Yeah.
Yep, okay. I don't have anything further.
Any recross? Appropriate for board questions at this time.
Okay, so now that we've identified that gutter is attached to your building, and if you put a fence there, a vinyl fence there, there'll have to be posts to go down so many inches or feet into the ground to support the fence, because it has to be supported properly. Are you going to request permission if you do not currently own that piece of property to put the post in, to put the fence up? Request that?
I don't know. I have to ask because mostly it's like whoever do the business, they have to get the permit from that, like, because I just own the building. That's why, he own the business. You have to find out whatever is your township requirement,
So, yes, you would have to do the fence permit, I'm assuming, I'm not sure, but my question is more so around getting the permission from the owner to request a permit. I assume your tenant would pay for it because it's for his business. Will you reach out to the apartment complex owners to get that installed?
If they don't own it.
I don't know. That's because hard to read them, because I don't know where they are, and I never see them, that's what
I'm sure they have a management office on premises.
I can
somewhere.
try to,
Right.
talk to them, let's see what, because the last time I tried to talk to you, but I don't see him answering, anything.
Okay. All right, so then my other concern is around parking.
Okay.
And I think I read where you're saying it's similar to when the dry cleaning business was there.
Okay.
And if you, so you own the nail salon on the other opposite end, right? So
Yes.
if there are, say, a Saturday or Friday or a Sunday where it's busy for salons and businesses, people are out of work for the weekend, if there are 5 or 6 customers in a nail salon
Okay.
parked in the parking lot, in addition to the other businesses that are there and then his business, you don't think that there would be some type of traffic inadequacies or flow issues or parking issues?
No,
That's a real
I don't think
concern.
this would be a problem because actually I own like 17 space there. That's why, I don't think, because we have only like 6 employees or mostly 7 employees
Do
in
they
the
park
shop.
there?
Yeah, no, they not park there.
Okay.
That's why they only for the customer, yeah. That's why I don't think the problem with it.
But again, with all the businesses that are there, because that's a very thriving area, that little strip, do you not think that there would be an issue
No, I don't,
parking at all?
no, because most people in there, they for takeout and the delivery only, that's why.
Okay, that's all I got.
To piggyback on my colleague's questions, how many, and I guess it's more to the property owner, or not property owner, sorry, the business owner. How many customers do you expect to have, say, visit your store every hour?
Every hour, like probably like 10, 15.
10 and 15. And do you expect all those people to be driving?
So some people walk, some people drive. It's a neighborhood, so the people mostly will be walking, driving.
Okay, but like, let's say, for example, then, even if half of those people are driving, that would be 5 people that are driving. That's half. That's 5 cars for this one business alone. And we're talking about the parking
But the-
requirement and how we're already,
But the customers are just very quick, like they come and buy and leave. They don't stay there. It's not like a business where they have to wait for anything. They're in and out.
so there'd be a lot of cars pulling in and out then of the parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are other board questions? Mr. Miller, any follow-up on that?
No, I don't-
Do you have any further witnesses?
no, I would just ask that the exhibits be entered.
So moved. We-
Are there any public comments?
Seeing none, I think the board is going to go into executive session briefly. Board met in executive session to discuss the application.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking for them, I didn't see them.
So public comment's been taken, so if it would be
Yes, sir.
appropriate to take motions if the board is ready.
Yes. Okay, we'd like to make a motion that this application is denied because there has not been adequate parking and screening proven, given the information you presented to us tonight.
There a second?
Second.
Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed?
Any opposed?
Nope.
Nope, all three.
We'll receive a decision within 45 days of tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
On to the tens.
our next application is 10-1 of 23, application of Rachel Booker for a variance from section 558A, table 3-1, to permit a boutique and modeling business in an R2 district. Location is 841 Garrett Road in Upper Darby, R2 residential district in the 5th council district.
Is there anyone present this evening who is interested in requesting party status for this application? All right, seeing none, before we begin, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet, ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. I see that, I believe, are you Mr. Milanos?
Milonis, yes.
Milonis, sorry, my
no
apologies.
problem. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, solicitor. Peter Milonis, representing the applicant, Rachel Booker. I do have little packets for the board to review, if I may approach.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want one now? Do you want a packet? You want a packet?
For the board's edification, the packet that the applicant has handed up, on the left side of the packet, it consists of 9 photographs depicting the location of the proposed new women's apparel modeling boutique store at 841 West Garrett Road in Upper Darby. And then on the right side is essentially the applicant's business plan summary. And the second to the last page on the right side is a hand drawing of the interior of the premises. Essentially, we're seeking a variance from Article 3, Section 550-8A, 3-1, based on the fact that the property is zoned in an R2 district, but is physically on Garrett Road. And you'll hear testimony from the owner who's here in support of the application that the property in question, 841 West Garrett Road, has been commercial retail use ever since it was built. And the preceding use was a doctor's office from 1985 through at least into the 2000s. And then before that, it was a hair salon, styling salon. And what we have then, we'll have the applicant sworn in, please.
Who will be your first witness?
It'll be
applicant?
Rachel Booker, the
Ma'am, if you
applicant.
can state your name to the court reporter and she'll swear you in.
Rachel Booker. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Oh.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Booker, explain to the board, what is your proposed use for 841 West Garrett Road?
My preferred use for 841 Garrett Road is Booker Boutique. It's a small boutique, family-oriented. We sell all women apparels, all sizes. a variety of selection of clothing for women.
So it'll be a retail
Yes.
boutique store for women's clothing?
Yes.
And what other activities do you propose to be doing there?
There at 841, it'd be basically just the boutique. However, we do recruit members for like fashion shows and other events to promote and advertise our clothing.
Ms. Booker, just because we're getting a lot of noise from the outside, could you just pull the microphone closer to you and make sure you're speaking into it so that the board and the court reporter can hear you clearly?
Okay.
Thank you.
That's better.
And explain to the board, what are your proposed hours of operation and how many days a week?
And we would be open from Tuesday to Saturdays, and the hours of operation would be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And how many employees do you anticipate having in your retail women's clothing boutique?
To start, it's a small business, so to start, it would be 4.
And how much square footage is 841 West Garrett Road?
Including the parking, it's
Well, not including, just the building
just the
itself.
building itself is about 1,200 square feet, if I'm not mistaken. Approximately.
And there's a pre-existing signage on the building?
Yes, from the asthma.
The prior use, that was the prior use?
That was a prior use, yes. It was a doctor's office.
And turning to the packet, your packet that you've submitted to the board.
Yes.
On the photographs on the left side, if you can go through them one by one and explain what you're intending to show.
Okay, I'm hoping we have the same order. The first is a picture of the signage that will be replacing the current sign that's there.
And so.
You have a close,
that-
I'm sorry.
So that sign post is physically there presently, you're just going to replace the facing, correct?
Yes, just the facing.
All right. And the second page, the second document is what is this?
This is also just a enlarged photo of the signage, which is also my logo.
All right.
My logo for,
Go.
yes. Sorry.
And the third picture is depicting the notice, the zoning notice you had in the front windows?
Yes, and that will follow
And the next picture?
about 4 of them.
And the next picture shows the face of the building on Garrett Road itself?
Yes.
And explain to the board, what's behind the building?
Behind the building is the trolley, the 102 and 103 trolley tracks that runs right behind the building. And beyond that is a
Bywood-
street.
Bywood Avenue?
Yes, Bywood Avenue.
And show the panel, the next picture. Behind the building, there's a fence there, chain link fence that separates the building property from SEPTA trolley tracks?
Yes.
All right. And the next picture is showing the pre-existing sign on the front of the building, which is a
Yes.
freestanding pole.
Yes.
And you're not seeking any variance on the signage, you're just reusing the surface of the existing sign, correct?
Yes, the facing. Yes. Just refacing it.
And how many parking spaces are there at this location?
There are 10 parking spaces.
Okay. And your proposed use, will it adversely affect the public health or morals or safety or the general welfare of Garrett Road?
No, not at all.
Will your proposed use endanger the safety of persons or property on Garrett Road?
No.
Will your proposed use cause any undue congestion of vehicular traffic on Garrett Road?
No, not any of what's already been pretty much there previous before me.
Okay. I have no further questions of the applicant.
Thank you, sir. Appropriate time for board questions.
Can you tell me how many, and I may have already looked at parking spaces are available?
There's 10 parking spaces.
Is that just to the left side looking at the building?
Yes.
And then that side where I see, the shrubs there on the right, what is that your, would that be your property? Or what is-
On the right-hand side, yes, that's part of the property.
Okay, and those are just shrubs or bushes?
Yes. Along the fence?
There is a fence there?
Yeah, there is a fence there.
And, I looked at the diagram, and it looked as if there were two rooms, two spaces where, going into the door, I was just trying to understand if it's a modeling match three school or if you're teaching.
Yes, it's modeling training. And the training will be held at different venues that I will rent the space out for that. But we do recruit and promote our business, the training, modeling training as well at the boutique.
Okay, so would your boutique be basically for selling items?
Yes.
Or for selling items and training?
And yes, and recruiting people for the trainings.
And which space is your office? I see,
It's in the center, of the, if you look at, let me see, it's page 4, I believe. Let me double check. 5. Yes, page 5. Yes, and right there where the counter, behind the counter. Yes, it's sort of combined. It's very small.
so basically, I just want to make sure I got the right concept, that this would be a retail school.
Yes.
So this is just the general property history of this was prior used as a office space,
Yes.
Medical office.
medical office, okay.
Dr. George Martin.
Okay. Do you think that this space could ever be used as a residential property?
No.
The building never had a kitchen. It was never used as a residence, ever.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
How old are your target people that you intend to have coming to this?
Far as the boutique,
Yes,
women of all ages.
I see you have on your drawings smoke areas.
Smoke detectors, I'm sorry, I probably,
That's what was confusing to me.
We're not making an application for a smoke shop.
no. No smoking, absolutely none.
I guess I was just, I had a quick, I lied, I guess, when I said I had no further questions.
It's okay.
Sorry. You mentioned that you would be having about 5 trainings per day. How many people would participate in those trainings?
20. Each training holds up to 20 people.
And so there'd be 5 of those trainings a day, but only
Yes.
twice a week?
Yes.
Are those happening at this location?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. All
No,
right, sorry.
I
Okay.
rent a venue space for the actual trainings.
Gotcha. Okay.
I believe only the administrative aspects of setting up the venues and recruiting people are operated out of this.
Yes,
Based on
because a lot of people that will come in and shop could also be trainees
Gotcha. Awesome.
Okay.
All right,
or
thank you.
their children.
I have another question around the kitchen. I think I heard him say that there was never a kitchen there?
Right, and what the applicant has done is just made a little countertop area for like a toaster oven and a microwave. That's it.
Okay, that's
There's
what I
no
was gonna ask, what
formal refrigerator
type
and,
of- Okay.
right, no. It's
Okay.
just for
No
like,
stove,
it's just for
range, or-
lunch. yeah.
Okay. That's fine. No more questions for me.
how many people do you anticipate in this facility most of the time? And what is the maximum number of people that you would have in it?
I'm hoping that I can get at least 15 to 20 people at one time that would come in and shop. As a number of parking spaces, pretty much, at least 10. Or if they have someone with them, give or take 5 more, 10 or 15 people.
And would you have parking for your employees? You said you might have four employees? Four staff?
Yes.
So out of the number of 10 spaces for if you're,
On the right side of the building, there is an additional space just for employees.
and does 4 include yourself?
Yes.
So I don't, there's only one singular concern I have, because of the way the property is located, is that, I think you can get away with more, people in your store with obviously less car traffic if you have more pedestrian access. There is a crosswalk that is right across the street. However, there is currently no sidewalks on your side of the property. I guess, how would you make sure to manage that there's some type of pedestrian walkway, not saying a sidewalk, but just some type of, to make sure that people like don't park in the way and obstruct pedestrian traffic on that side of the street?
Well, from inside, I can kind of see if that was to happen, and I can come out and kind of monitor that, and my employees as well can do the same.
Awesome, thank you.
Piggybacking that question, I'm sorry. I just looked at the front, and I didn't realize there wasn't a sidewalk, but is where the windows are those, can you drive up and park there? So is that a part of the 10
Yes,
spaces?
I have parked there. It's enough space there for parking, but there won't be parking
Okay. 'cause
in
I was
front of,
thinking
it, in
proceeding-
front of the door.
Yeah.
But
okay.
if, I have pulled up just to go inside to meet Mr. Jine there, to look at it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess to, not to belabor the point, but do you plan on striping the lot to guide customers and employees where to park?
Yes, that can be done.
So you would be okay if the board made that a condition of its approval? if they were-
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, I don't think there's any other questions for this witness, Mr. Mylonas,
If I may now have the owner sworn in, John Xitas.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Please spell your full name for me, please.
Johannes Xitas,
Spell it.
Xitas.
What's your first name? Just John, J-O-H-N?
Mr. Xitas, you are the sole member of Xitas Enterprises LLC, which owns 841 West Garrett Road?
Correct.
And your LLC purchased the property on September 21st, 2022?
Yes.
And explain to the board, give the board a little bit of background on what prior uses there were prior to your purchase of the property.
What?
How was the property used in the
Oh,
past?
okay. Well, actually, I own the property right next to it I'm there for 34 years. I own the auto repair shop.
John's Auto Repair?
Right.
That's
it's-
at 833 West Garrett Road?
Right. And I knew the doctor, from since 85. I'm there from 89. And I purchased the property. I believe it's just a commercial area. There's nothing around there residential. There's a 7-Eleven across the street, and I'm next door.
And before you get to explain what's across the street, before Dr. George Martin, from whom you bought it from, what other use was there before Dr. Martin?
There used to be a hairdressing place.
And, okay, now explain to the board, immediately across the street, what is there? on Garrett Road?
Well, there's a laundromat right across the street, the 7-Eleven, next to the garage of there's a daycare center, and so on. There's all a commercial side.
And then on the corner facing Beverly Hills Junior High, what's there? Patriot Cleaners?
Yeah, apartment cleaners,
So right next to the Patriot Cleaners, then there's the 7-Eleven.
right?
Then there's a 24-hour laundromat across the street.
Yes,
And then and next door to that is the Poehner, Poehner Automotive Services.
yes,
And then the Bywood Inn, which is a local neighborhood
Correct.
bar. And then you also mentioned Treasure Island Academy, the daycare.
correct.
Which is next to your auto repair shop at John's Foreign Auto.
Yes, yes,
And then next to the Treasure Island Academy is a Chinese restaurant.
yes,
And next to them is Ethnic Market.
yeah.
And is there any residential uses anywhere in the 800 block of?
Not in that area. There's nothing residential there.
And how long have you been at John's Foreign Auto at 833 West Garrett Road? How long?
34 years.
And in those 34 years, has there ever been any residential use in the 800 block of Garrett Road?
No,
And will the proposed application cause any undue congestion of any vehicular traffic?
no,
Will the proposed use endanger the safety of persons or property there on Garrett Road?
never had an issue. I don't think it's an issue.
And will the application have any adverse effect on the public health, the morals, or safety, or the general welfare in Garrett Road?
No,
And explain to the board, with your business right next door, the John's Foreign Auto, has there ever been an issue about customers parking or accessing the buildings?
no, never had an issue.
No further questions.
Board questions?
I was just going to reiterate the point. I think that we've kind of belabored it, but the lot needing striping, especially for direction of traffic flow.
The applicant would agree to that condition.
Yep, we're good.
Because there's no questions for this witness.
And with that, then, we'll be resting with this request that the packet, the documents be entered into the evidence,
So moved.
into the
Well,
record, rather.
I guess we'll mark them collectively as A1.
That's fine.
Public comment?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't do that, yes. Are there any public comments? Going once now, okay. All right.
Seeing none.
If there are none, I'd like to make a motion to approve application 10-1. I'm sorry, I was confused on my list. All in favor? Oh, with the condition of striping for the parking spaces, please.
I vote for this.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you,
No
board.
opposed. You'll receive a written decision within 45
Thank you.
days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, our next application will be 10-223. Application of, is it Uberman
Loremius? There we go.
I'm sorry for messing up your name. For variance from section 55039B1 to permit a front yard fence in an R2 district situated at 7112 Sellers Avenue, a residential R2 district, 5th Council District.
Yes.
And before we begin, board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet. ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be proof of publication. Are there any members of the public who are requesting party status for this application? Oh, party status? Or, yes? Are you looking to ask questions of the applicant and his witness, or just make a statement in support or opposition? Okay, we can ask for that at the end of the hearing, all right? No, that's fine. Just want to be clear as to how you'd like to participate. Okay, so we have no party status. We'll reserve those for public comment. Sir, if we can have you sworn in, we can begin your presentation.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you add your name, please? Your name?
Huberman Lamius.
All right, sir, if you can tell us a bit about your application and why you would like a fence in the front yard of your home.
I want to have a fence. Yeah.
So if you don't mind, I can ask you some questions if that's easier.
Excuse me?
Would you like me to ask you some questions instead of making a presentation? Would that be easier?
Yes.
Okay, so you live at 7112 Sellers Avenue?
Yes.
Do you own your home?
Yes.
You are requesting permission to put a fence in the front yard of your property.
Yes.
And the fence would be how high? Is it 4 feet?
4 feet.
Is that accurate? How high is the fence?
It's like height.
Okay, so the applicant is indicating about a waist level or higher fence for general purposes. Sir, as best you can, why do you need a fence in your front yard?
Why? Because I need my privacy. It's a house, and there's a fence.
Oh, I think we've seen the picture. You can go back to the microphone. I mean, we can take that. So we'll mark this as A1. It's a picture of, oh, sorry, Bridget. A picture of the property. And the fence is already installed, sir?
Yes.
So the fence looks to be a polished stainless steel fence.
Yes.
That is an open gate
Yes.
or an open picket. And you're saying this fence provides privacy?
Yes.
Are there any other reasons why you need this fence?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Hold on. We'll give everybody an opportunity to come up and talk, okay? We just need to make sure the stenographer can hear what's going on at the microphone. So you said privacy. Are there any other reasons that you would need this fence in the front yard?
It's a beautiful fence.
Okay. It's a beautiful fence. So you understand that fences are not permitted in the front yard, correct?
It depends.
I'm sorry?
It depends.
So you understand the reason you're here is that in where you live, the township does not allow fences in your front yard. They have to be from the house back. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in order for this board to allow you to have that fence, you need a reason as to why your fence is necessary. If there's something special or unique about your property that requires a fence in the front yard.
For the reason.
He can ask his son questions. And if you want to call your son as a witness, he can come up.
Yeah.
You want to call your son as a witness?
Yes.
Sir, can you come forward, please? Can you state your name when you get up to the microphone?
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Samuel Lormius. I'm his son.
Please spell your full name.
Yep, SAMUELLORMEUS.
And yes,
Can you
please.
raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. So I think your father is asking for your input on why this fence is necessary.
Yeah, so essentially we were trying to do, I guess, some home renovations. We were trying to clean up the front and the back. One of those was essentially to try to set up a fence. That's what we were trying to do.
Okay. So I understand that you're trying, I think the board understands that you were doing renovations on your property and you would certainly like to have a fence there. But in order for the board to permit a fence, there needs to be a compelling reason to allow a fence because it's otherwise not permitted in the front yard. So is there a particular reason that you need a fence in the front yard?
I mean, again, I guess just the whole reason why the whole family, we wanted to set up a fence is just for, I guess, the home, the decor, the decoration, anything. It wasn't really a particular reason. It's just, we wanted to essentially just set up a fence, a gate, and then just try to make the house look better, essentially.
Do you have a rear yard?
Oh,
You have a
yes,
backyard?
in the backyard, yes.
You have a backyard. Is that also fenced in?
It's not fenced in. It's the neighbors. I guess the neighbor's backyard. They have a fence, and it's parallel or whatever to our fence. And then the neighbor to the right has a fence built along as well.
What do you use the front yard for?
I would say if we have, friends or family over, we can have them in the front yard, any type of social event with family. I would also say like to plant flowers or stuff like that. But besides that, we don't really use the front yard.
Okay. I'm going to see if the board has any questions at this time.
When was the fence installed?
The fence was installed, do you know the specific date?
Let's see.
It was installed, I believe, earlier this month. I don't have the exact date, but it was earlier this month.
And the person that installed the fence, did they get a permit from the township?
It's a company. It is a company who installed the fence.
Yes, the person, the company that installed the fence, did they tell you they would be getting a permit for the fence?
No.
Okay.
Ask your question.
Do you have any pets by any chance?
No pets.
No pets.
I have not heard any reason that you need the fence. I know that you built up the walls a little bit to put the metal in.
Is there anything else you would like to offer to the board? Anything else you'd like to say to the board, Samuel?
I guess we're just kind of like from our end, we're confused because we do see houses along the block of Sellers Avenue. There are certain houses that do have fences. So I guess we're just kind of confused as to why, I guess why they are allowed or they are able to build their fences, that's fine, and why we're not able to, or I guess why, why we're not able to do the same thing essentially.
So this board reviews every application, every property on a property by property basis. So we only consider your property and the reasons that you were able to give us to justify the variance, is what we call it, the deviation from the code, to allow you to have this fence. As for other properties, this board doesn't have any knowledge as to whether they received permission or not, or if they came to this board or those fences existed prior to this regulation. We can't say one way or another. We can only concern ourselves with your property and the reasons you give to justify the fence. Did you bring anybody else to testify on your behalf tonight? Well, do you live at the property? Are you neighbors?
I live right across the street.
Okay, we'll give you an opportunity to make a statement. And is there anybody else from your household here that, do you have anything else to add? Ma'am? If you can come forward, state your name.
My name is Marie Lomius. That's my
Can you spell your name for me, please?
Marie Lomius, Lormus.
Same last name.
Do you want me to swear?
Yes, please.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So ma'am, what did you want to,
The reason we have the fence is because to me it look nice. It look very nice. And I know it's not your concern, but I paid $12,000 cash
okay.
for the fence, $12,000 cash. When they say one time that we have to move it, I think further, we move the fence further in, and I pay another $1,000 just to remove it, and they put it inside. That's $12,000 cash, no check, no nothing, $12,000 cash. But now, if I have to remove the fence, what I'm gonna do with it? What I'm gonna do with it? Please tell me. That's all I want to know. What I'm gonna do if I have to move it? What I'm going to do with it? Then I'm gonna take it back. I'm losing all that money. $12,000, $13,000 cash. No check, no nothing. 13,000 cash.
Understood, ma'am. Thank you.
If I have to remove it, what I'm gonna do with it?
We
What
understand. Understood.
with it? That's all I
Are there
have
any-
to
are there
say.
any
I think it
board-
was gonna be nice to the neighborhood. That's why my friends are there. Then if I cross me, they said it's every day they said they're looking at that fence. It's very nice. So what I'm gonna do, please tell me something. What I'm gonna do with it?
Ma'am, the hearing's not over. We heard your statement.
A
and the-
hardworking woman, $12,000.
We understand. You spent $12,000 on the installation of the fence. Does
That's
the
all
board
I
have
have
any
to say.
questions for Ms. Marie?
May I ask you one question?
Yes, I'm
Who-
sorry.
Who told you to move it back? You said they told me I had to move it back. Who
He,
did that?
You told me to move it back in. I did. I pay $1,000 to move it back in. And I have to, what I'm gonna do with it now? Then I'm gonna take it back. I'm losing all that money.
Okay. Understood, understood.
I can clarify if the board would like. So there was, I think, a bit of a misunderstanding. So we originally, right, got the complaint, went out to the property, saw that the fence was up, assumed actually it was in R3 and said, hey, there was no permit. You need to get a permit for this fence. The fence is too close. So that was our original violation letter. And you need to submit the fence for a permit. Then once they submitted the fence well, they did submit a fence permit, we realized right through our normal review that we would do with any permit that, oh, this is actually in the R2. Fences aren't permitted in the R2. But by this point, the fence had already been moved a second time without a permit.
So you're saying it was up and then they moved it?
They were told.
Right.
They were told to move it?
They were told to apply for a permit and
Apply
that
for
it
the
was.
permit's different.
And that it was non-conforming because it was too close.
I'm going to suggest that we take the public comment of the other people, and then we recess to discuss? Sure.
And this is just a general question. Why did you guys buy this property in particular?
What?
Why did you buy this property in particular, this home?
No,
Like, what does this home mean
why
to
we-
you specifically? Like, why?
We buy this property.
Yes.
We live in Philadelphia. And then when my son graduate to go to high school, I said, we're not gonna let him go because I know him, because he can fight. I said, I'm not gonna let him go to high school over there. So let me move up there so he can go to Upper Darby High School. It's more, it's more nicer and, and then that's what we move over there. And we live in Philadelphia. That's what we moved. That was like 10 years ago.
But more than 10 years, 2008.
We moved since 2008. 2008. That's what we moved from Philadelphia to Upper Darby because it's nice. For my son, because maybe you don't know, but people in Philadelphia, they fight you. He can fight. So I said, let me move him to Upper Darby High School so he can have a better education. That's why, and he graduated from college. He's okay now. That's all I can say. I'm proud of him. But please.
As you should be, ma'am.
Excuse me?
As you should be proud of him.
Yes, I am proud of him. I'm proud of him.
So-
And my concern is I know you're not, I don't know, maybe you're not concerned, but my concern is my fence.
Understood.
$12,000, $13,000. No, there's, $13,000 I pay cash.
Understood. So
Cash.
we're gonna hear from your neighbors now.
Yes, thank you. very
We're
much.
gonna ask them to provide public comment.
Yes, thank you.
And so you're welcome to sit down, and then we're gonna have them come up and introduce themselves and give public comment. All three of you can sit where, thank you for your testimony. So who would like to go first? So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, and we're going to have you sworn in.
My name is Nicole DiGregorio,
Spell your name, please.
DiGregorio,
And Nicole is
Nicole, yeah.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind offering your comments on this application.
I've lived at my property for over 30 years. Got wonderful neighbors that moved across the street to us. I think what the real reason why they wanted the fence, and this is a big problem on my street, is that theft with packages happen too often. And why I think one of the reasons why they put the fence up was because I had recently got a lot of stuff stolen from people just generally walking down the street. And this is a deterrent for that to happen. That's one reason. The other one is we've had a couple of dogs got loose, and I had to chase Huberman back into the house because one of them was a little aggressive until I got her back into her yard, another neighbor's dog. That was another reason. But besides that, it's a very nice looking fence, very beautiful. And I had absolutely no problem with it. Yeah, my dad says it improves the neighborhood's value, which I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. Someone else, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself?
Hi, my name's Sandra D. Gregorio.
Okay,
And
we're going to have you sworn
I'm the
in.
neighbor. Kind of short, too.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I look out my window and I see what they've been through and how they've been taken over and with work being done to their house. And they finally got it done and they put up the fence and it looks so pretty and it looks so nice and it makes the whole neighborhood look beautiful. It also keeps, like my daughter said, We got stuff stolen off our front porch because they can just come right up and just take it. Where they have the fence, they have to open the fence and they can get caught faster. Also with the cats, the dogs, everything going in there for these people to clean up. They're not young, they're old. They're as old as we are. And we don't like doing it, so why should they, you know? And then you have the kids coming home from school that walk on your property and throw the trash and everything like that and make Upper Darby look sloppy. And it's not. We're not South Philly. We're not in a bad neighborhood. Let's keep it clean, nice, and looking beautiful. I have pictures here of a fence that was taken on Bywood and Wayne Avenue, and that's out. And that's in front of a house, and nobody's going after them. It's just these people, and why? Why? Because it makes the street look nice, and other people, like we were thinking about putting a fence up because theirs is so nice. We want Upper Darby to stay nice, and this is the start of it, I think. And I thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you like to give any public comment?
Joe Di Gregorio.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My wife said just about everything, but biggest thing is we have animal lovers around the street that like to walk their dog and not pick up. We have a dog and we pick up after it, and we have a backyard and we pick that up too. But I can see their point, everything gets stolen. We can't even put Christmas stuff out anymore because it walks away. But I think they did a hell of a job on the house. I mean, it's nice looking at it when you come out in the morning. And why they're being picked on, I don't know. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other public comment? Okay, the board's going to recess into executive session. right, the board sat in executive session to discuss the application. Public comment having been taken, I think it's appropriate to entertain board motions.
Okay, after executive session, I'd like to make the motion to approve this application, keeping in mind that it's a unique situation and that fences cannot be placed in the front of a home or property in R2 location. Do I have?
Second,
I vote no.
aye. Is approved.
Is approved.
You receive a written decision within 45 days. Have a good night.
Be blessed.
Go Phils. I think.
All right, our next application is 10-3 of 23. I'm sorry if I messed your name up, I'm so sorry. Application of Harjinder Singh for a variance from section 550-15D, table 42, to allow for the expansion of the garage and a rear yard setback of 0. Variance from section 550, table 42, to allow for the expansion of the garage and side yard setback of 0. Variance from section 550-48B to allow for the expansion of a non-conforming structure, and a variance from section 550-40B to allow the expansion and placement of the garage in the required rear and side yard within 3 feet of the main building. Location is 60 North Brighton Avenue in Upper Darby. It's an R3 residential district, 4th council district.
All right, is there anybody present this evening who's requesting party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet, ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Welcome back, Mr. McBlain. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the
We'll
board.
turn it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you. As a preliminary matter, may I publish to you and the board members the exhibit package that we have?
Please. Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McBlain, while you're still passing that out, I just will note, since it is an unopposed application, if you would like to do an offer of proof, you're welcome, but if you'd like to go through testimony, please feel free.
I will certainly, knowing the hour and the other events happening tonight, try to move through it. Our application, as was read, is we wish to expand a garage that currently exists at our property at 60 North Brighton. This is a corner property at Brighton and Harwood. It's unusual in that it's a little bit larger than the properties in that area. There is an existing 11 by 11 foot garage that was likely original to the property that is exactly on the corner. It is on the side yard lot line, and it is on the rear yard lot line. We're proposing to build an extension onto that of another 11 by 11 roughly. We've got some nooks and crannies, as you'll see in the exhibits, and then also a breezeway or an enclosed passageway from the garage to the house. This is all on this construction would all occur right now on what is already paved concrete. We're trying to avoid, as you'll see from some of the photographs, the other sort of 3/4 of the property is all grass area with some trees, Japanese maple, I think we have.
Yeah, we have a Chinese maple.
Chinese maple on the one side. So in order not to try to invade any of the green space and just keep it where there's already impervious coverage, we want to extend the garage along the same rear lot line and come out, which there's not really relief needed for that, but it would come out to connect to the house. Going through the list of exhibits, Exhibits A1A through A1H are photographs of our notice posting. I don't know whether the township had already taken pictures and entered it on the record, but, we have those notices, the up close and the far away for each of the three that were supplied to us. Sort of going through the exhibits, I would identify to you is Exhibit A2 is the front of the property. Exhibit A3 is a picture of the front of the property, but moving slightly east, where you can see the next door neighbor's property. And Mr. Singh, if he were to testify, would point out that the neighbors, take note of the neighbor's property, also has a garage that is right on the property line, both the side property line and the rear property line. And in fact, you'll see in photos as we go forward, practically every property was built that way in this neighborhood, at least in this square block area. But it shows where it would be. In A3, if you look to see sort of where that SUV is parked, that's the area where the garage would extend towards the house, and then we would put in the breezeway or the enclosed walkway to the house. Exhibit A4 is just simply a picture of Harwood Avenue. Again, even though our address is 60 North Brighton, we actually front onto Harwood Avenue. And that is looking east from Brighton down Harwood Avenue. What we also want to note there is that there's no parking on the side of Harwood Avenue where our property is. There is parking on the other side of Harwood Avenue, but as you can see, it's a pretty narrow street there. You couldn't park on both sides. Exhibit A5, Mr. Singh would testify, is a picture of Harwood Avenue, again, now looking from the east to the west towards Brighton Avenue. And on the right, you can see a driveway that is there that is actually connected to the house that would be off to the right of that. But it just simply shows Harwood Avenue. Exhibit A6, the testimony would be, now we're on to Brighton Avenue, looking from Brighton to the side of the house. And we can see there, you can see the grass that's there, the tree that's there, and the grass that extends across the front of the property is kept there. Exhibit A7, again, we'll point out, is the same picture, also from Brighton Avenue. But we wanted to also point out there's no parking on Brighton Avenue from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. In that area in the block. Mr. Singh would testify to that's probably the most broken rule in Upper Darby. That frequently there is parking that goes there, that people do park there. And you'll see that in some of the other pictures and exhibits that are there. Exhibit A8 is an aerial photograph of the area from Westchester Pike to Township Line to Brighton Avenue, and also bounded by Harwood. And our property is sort of at the corner of obviously Harwood and Brighton there with the white roof. But what we would point out is that this type of setup in terms of an accessory structure running along the lot lines is typical in that neighborhood. Behind us would be where you can see the one swimming pool that's in that area. There is a swimming pool that's pretty much on the lot line, and right behind us there is a garage and a shed, all that pretty much completely take up the lot line in between the properties from Mr. Singh's property to the neighbor behind us that's actually on Brighton. And again, as you move down Harwood, the next door neighbor has a garage that is on the side lot line. As you move down, you can see that there are garages and accessory structures that are placed on the rear lot lines and the side lot lines, sort of all the way through. And then as you swing around the corner on Bewley there, same type of thing. And now we get into somewhat of a commercial area there, obviously on Township Line. What Mr. Singh would tell you is one of our motivating factors in wanting to add to our garage is there's a bit of a parking crunch in this area. There's a chiropractor that's located on the corner of Township Line and Brighton. That's a good business, but generates a lot of customers and has some employees there. And that those customers and employees, there is parking in the lot there, but they also, especially the employees, tend to park down on Harwood. Some of the employees do observe the no parking on Brighton, but they, as you'll see in another picture, come down and park on our street. And in fact, A9, we sort of blew up A8 to show you that, to the top of the picture there with the white roof is our property, and you can see the parking directly across the street. All the spaces are taken up by 5 cars directly across the street. And then on Brighton Avenue, the testimony would be there's not a platform truck, what do you call it?
A flatbed?
Flatbed truck that is parked at the corner of Brighton. And then it's tough to see, but you can see that there are vehicles parked on Brighton Avenue in that same area. I don't know whether it's 9 to 5, but it's a daylight hour, obviously, when the picture was taken. So those are the photographs that we would have there. Mr. Singh would testify that these are from Google Earth, but, he has observed them, and they accurately depict the conditions as they exist today out there at the property. Exhibit A10, he would testify that that we had an engineer, Kelly Engineers, prepare a site plan for the property. This is one of the first sheets from the site plan. The complete plans are in the exhibit pack, but a lot of those are construction details, so I didn't reproduce them for the board tonight. But if those are important to you, you certainly have them in the application package. Exhibit A11 and A12 are going to be blow-ups. Perhaps even with my readers now, we can take a look at and read. And you can see the top left-hand corner in A11 is where the proposed building, the addition would go. And you see it's kind of a little bit of an odd shape as we try to fit it in against the existing property. So we're going from basically a 1.5-car garage to a 2-car garage, plus a little bit of a storage. Mr. Singh would testify that he does not run any part of a commercial business out of this property, and none of the additional garage space would be used for any commercial purposes. It would all just be simply residential and personal use of the property. So we run into, he would testify that his family, when did you buy this property?
About 7, I don't know the exact date and time, but about 7 to 8 years ago.
So we've owned it for 7 or 8 years. Father lives with him, his wife's there. We have a total of 4 cars, typical, family now, that is at the property. We have problems parking, on the street, and we've got to shuffle cars around type of thing. So one of the goals is to get more cars off of Harwood Avenue. He would also testify that the person across the street on the other corner of Harwood and Brighton has 4 cars themselves with different people living there, and that exacerbates the issue in the area.
This is a picture of today at 4:24 p.m. of the parking right in front of the house.
Mr. McBlain, I know you're in the middle of your offer of proof, but just one clarifying question. The area where this additional garage will be constructed is already parking, correct?
It is. Well, I say that it is concreted. It is concreted. I don't know whether I would defer to Mr. Singh to answer a question of whether you could pull a car all the way back there.
It's very tight to pull a car back there.
I think in
don't
your
know the pictures, it depicts off of Google Maps that there's a car parked there, but it's very tight.
Is that as far back as that car could go there?
Correct.
Well, I guess I'm sorry to derail your
sorry.
offer of proof, but will the proposed addition then create a less tight space, or will it make it tighter then if you're now constructing an enclosure around that parking spot.
If we were to construct this, it would be roughly about 11 by 11 garage, roughly. I'm not a professional, but I would have to go back to the drawing and look at it. The garage that's existing now would pretty much be identical. It would be that size.
So like, I
So
think it's
it-
11 by 20, right? It's
Sorry?
20 feet deep. Has to fit a car.
I can swear him in, so you know, do you want me to?
This isn't,
I gotta get
we
you
will
in.
swear him in, but yeah.
I think I think I understand your question, and I think the difference might be that when we get to the very last exhibit, A12, you'll see that the doors of the garage are sort of together. That here now, like that space, if I angle it for the board, if you're pulling in, now you'd have to sort of go to the right, where under the construction, you'd just be able to have to go straight ahead.
Sure, I'm not trying to challenge the rationale. I'm just trying to understand, because you're saying it will add parking, but I don't think it's adding any parking, right? It's just changing the nature of the parking that's on the property.
I mean, right now, it's very difficult to use it as parking.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You can continue, Mr. McQueen.
So that's an explanation of the exhibits themselves. So you've got there, again, the why is this necessary? Why do we want it? Again, you've heard, we have 4 cars, but only 1 garage spot. We certainly do want to get more cars undercover there. The chiropractor's employees and the patients, the no parking on our side of Harwood, neighbors across the street with 4 cars, and that particular neighbor only has 1 off-street spot, and the no parking on Brighton from 9 to 5. Another reason that he wished to do it is to have it secured for security purposes. We do run a business. It's not in Upper Darby. When we come home, it would be better for security if we were able to pull in to a garage, have it closed, and then go into the house. Go into the house, through an entirely closed area. We have a gas station in Tinicum, so that type of business, you always worry about people following you, when you come home. As I said, this is not out of character with the neighborhood. As you can see from the aerial overhead, the neighbors adjacent on Harwood have garages on the lot lines. All the surrounding neighbors in that square block area have structures that are like that. In terms of our neighbors, we have contacted them. Mr. Singh would testify that Randy is the neighbor directly behind us.
Correct.
With the pool. We've talked to Randy. He has no objection. He only wanted to make sure we're going to put up gutters. And we are. In fact, whereas right now, you're having it run on to any rain right now just simply goes onto the cement. In the area that we're going to cover, we'll be subject to whatever the requirements that the township will impose on us. There will be gutters that obviously will be directed onto the grass area. So I don't anticipate stormwater management plan being necessary, but you'll at least have a situation where right now the runoff just probably simply goes down the driveway, and here it'll be a guttered system that will, be directed onto the grass and rather than running into the street. So it'll somewhat improve stormwater management from that aspect. Across the street is Charlie at the corner.
Charlie, yes.
Charlie at the corner of Brighton and Harwood across the street. Charlie listened to it. He's in agreement. Again, he recognized that it would, help the parking situation if we can get more cars off the street on Harwood. There was a lady who lives on Brighton. We don't know her name. You know the address, though.
53 Brighton Avenue.
Yeah, and she came and knocked on our door with one of the posters that she took off the telephone pole, and, asked, what's this about? He explained it, and after their discussion, she was in agreement because, once again, it helps alleviate the parking in the area. Our next-door neighbor on Harwood is an elderly woman. When she was asked about it, she basically didn't care because she says, I'm getting ready to move. She's, quite elderly, and so she was like, do what you want, or didn't say do what you want, but she didn't really have an opinion. So those were the neighbors that we spoke to and heard right in the area. Obviously, it doesn't appear as though we're going to have anybody tonight. We'll wait to public comment, but no one's here in opposition to it. And then I would ask him about the variance requirements under the municipality's planning code. What are the unique physical circumstances? Our circumstances here is that our property is, as you can see, a bit larger than most in this area. This would not make it out of character with the neighborhood. This would not be overcrowding the property or in any way trying to do too much with it. So we think it does fit. Are there other ways that the garage can be expanded or placed somewhere else and you would be in strict conformity with the zoning code? And I believe Mr. Singh's testimony would be no. In fact, in discussing it with our engineer, we would need some type of variance no matter where we wanted to expand the garage to, or if we wanted to build on the other side of the property on Brighton. Again, we don't want to do that because we like our lawn, it's a nice green space on that side. It would likely be that we would have to come back before you for impervious coverage variances if we moved over to that other side or tried to design it somewhere else. Did we cause this hardship? No, we bought the property as is. Like many properties, this was, the original design for those types of things. And back when they built it in this neighborhood, they thought it was a good idea, to put the accessory structures right on the rear lot line or on the side lot line. Would the garage expansion alter the essential character of the neighborhood or affect the future development of any adjacent property? The answer to that would be no. We believe if you look at those photographs, it's consistent with the other areas in the neighborhood. If you look at the renderings, we think aesthetically it would be an improvement. We're putting A-frame roofs on top of the garages, so we, again, think that's an improvement. We're not criticizing our neighbor behind us, but if you look right behind us, we've got somebody with a pool, at least two other structures that are there, and everything, completely, the rear lot line is completely lined with accessory structures. So it certainly is not out of character. And does this represent the least modification possible of the regulation? We would opine that, yes, it does. Again, we go by an 11 by 11, which is certainly a small, garage by today's standards, to, the 22 by 11 garage that it would be, plus the little breezeway area, which again doesn't really need relief, the breezeway area. But, we think that gives us one more car parking on the inside, allows us to park right in and walk into our property. And it is the least modification possible of the regulation. So that would be the evidence that we would present. Mr. Singh, if you want to be sworn.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Singh, you heard me present a proffer to the board members of what your testimony would be. Did I correctly state what your testimony would be to this board tonight if I asked you all those questions?
Yes.
Is there anything that I got wrong that you want to correct?
No.
And is there anything else you think I missed that you want to present to the board tonight that we talked about or that you think is important?
No.
With that, we would offer exhibits A1 through A12 into evidence and rest our case.
So moved. Board questions?
Yes, Mr. Singh. I was listening to the question that Greg posed in reference to adding the additional garage. Will the steps, so I'm looking at an aerial view, I guess there's steps, but then there's concrete. So I'm looking at an aerial view, Google Maps, your photo might be. My question is, will the steps be modified in that concrete, looks like it's pavers or something, to make it wider? Because I know you were saying it's very tight. So let me see. Okay.
In terms of.
A9, page A9,
Okay.
or exhibit A9.
If I'm understanding the question correctly,
Oh,
are you
so
referring to
on
the steps
A9
that are right off of the lawn there?
No, so the steps are there, go
Correct.
further back, where that car is on the side,
Mhm.
parallel to the garage. It looks like there might be steps there, but it's like, it's
So,
raised.
that, I guess, surface area that's built up with pavers, that would be removed.
Okay,
Because
That's
right now, the security issue that we're running into is that you see, if you look closer at that picture, you'll see there's two pathways. One
Right.
is open to the basement.
Okay.
So we have a security issue there. With this addition, it would correct that. And then along with the access from the outside, a public looking in, right now they have the ability to see, inside through our side, I guess, cabinet. So it would correct those two issues. In terms of going back to your question, that portion in the front would be removed up to those steps to allow for that structure to be created.
okay.
You did answer my question at the same
I
time.
think that was what I didn't understand that answered your earlier question.
Thanks.
So looking at the aerial, and I guess this is just a further clarification. I mean, obviously, I know we kind of already answered it, but like, this garage isn't going to provide any additional parking. It's an enclosing of existing parking. So instead of having, what I would assume would be, because it seems like you can fit about 6 cars currently on your driveway, that you would be, but only one inside of a shelter, thank you, that you would then have the ability to put 2 inside of a shelter of the 6.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's going to be leftover, possibly maybe 4x4 space for some small storage, as usual garages have.
And just to clarify, the hardship is security. The reason for building this is so that you guys have a safer, like you're able to get into your house basically through your garage.
Yes, sir, I think that's one of the reasons, and I think, looking at the picture, I see where now the car is parked next to the garage, so yes, I mean, in a way that you're sort of replacing one with the other, but I guess you call it better parking, that it's covered, a little bit more room for that, and the ability to simply drive in to there and shut the door and be secure as you walk into the house.
And also going back to that picture, not to cut you off, is as you see that picture, it's very tight. Right next to, it's literally maybe 2 inches away from that wall. So it's very tight to get those cars in there in the back.
I guess my concern would be is that building a structure there is going to improve that. That's going to, if anything, increase the, or decrease the distance between that garage doors opening and closing. You're going to actually have even less clearance. I guess my question would be more so, was there any consideration if the goal is to have a space for the car that can be enclosed to remove the existing structure and then building an addition that would be in more compliance, that wouldn't be directly up against the side of the property line? Well, I mean, the back one you can't get away from, but the left side of the property. I guess what is the reason that you need 2 enclosed parking spots?
We have 4 cars. I have a family. I live with extended family. I have a daughter. There's chiropractors right across on the opposite side of North Brighton Avenue. There's about 6 or 7 retail businesses. Parking is not enforced. So they take up, I showed my lawyer, counsel, a photo of 3 p.m. today that I took. There were overlay of parking. My neighbor across from us on Harwood Avenue is upset of the fact that no one's enforcing it because he himself lives with extended family as well. He has 4 to 5 cars himself. So at this point, security, safety, family, it's just not the purpose of just having a garage and having the ability to throw a roof over a car. It's the ability to get in, be secure, and have the ability to access your home.
I guess you mentioned you had 4 cars, right?
Correct.
So I'd assume there are times where you have 4 cars in your driveway.
Yes.
How do you typically get the cars that would be inside the garage out? Is those spaces usually left open so you can drive into them?
If I'm able to build a second garage, I'm able to curtail it where every car is able to get out of that parking spots onto the road.
Well, how would you accomplish that?
Well, if I have 2 cars sitting in the garage, I have a concrete there right now where I'm able to put 4 cars there. I'm able to park them and maneuver them so that way if I have 2 sitting in the garage And if I'm leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning, the two outside aren't blocking them. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So if I put them vertically on one side, I can allow the cars that are in the garage, you know,
So you just pre-plan it?
I'm sorry?
So you just pre-plan it, is what you're saying? Like you just plan ahead?
Absolutely. Right now, I'm going to be going home after this board hearing. I have to go call my wife, hey, move the car back because you're leaving early. So I have to get my car in, so.
I don't have any other questions.
This isn't really a question as much as it is a comment. I hope when you do put this together, get this mounted, that you're going to have smoke and also exhaust for carbon monoxide. So
Absolutely,
it doesn't go into your house.
absolutely.
Anything else from the board? Mr. McBlain, do you have any other witnesses?
No.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to present?
No, I don't think so. I think you got the gist of it.
Would you like to take public comment?
Public comments?
Seeing none.
I'd like to make a motion to approve
Second.
application. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To receive a decision within
Thank you for
45
your
days.
consideration. May I be excused?
You may. We are the
Okay. All right, our next application is 10-423, application of Thomas Rogers and Wendy, is it Yon?
Yes.
Okay, Wendy Yan, for a variance from section 550-33B5 to permit parking in the front yard, and a variance from section 550-33D4, D14, to permit an entrance drive less than 100 feet from an exit drive. Location is 0 Cherry Lane, Lansdowne. It's an RC residential district, second council district.
Good evening. Is there anybody present tonight who is interested in party status for this application? All right, seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. McCreesh, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Howland. I have a couple photos, and she also, my client, she also went around to her neighbors, the seven neighbors, and got letters of support. I'd like to hand those out. She put them in the plastic.
Are any of those neighbors here?
We typically don't take unrepresented statements.
Okay.
But we will note that you have letters of support from your neighbors.
We have, and then she has an aerial photo of the lot, and she'll go over these, an aerial photo of the area, and she indicates four similar properties with similar driveways in the area.
Right.
And it shows they're all in like 2 blocks.
Do you need these back, or are you submitting these as exhibits?
You have copies, right?
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't need.
So we'll mark the photographs collectively as A1. And as I said with the last application, Mr. McCreesh, since it's uncontested, if you'd like to make an offer of proof, feel free, or if you'd like to present your witnesses, leave it up to you.
Yeah, we'll just make an offer of proof, and she can maybe, Ms. Yan can maybe elaborate. But it's on Cherry Lane, you can see there's only 5 properties on Cherry, and this property only has 107 feet of street frontage. They want to put in the driveway, it's semicircular, and it'll go to the garage there. The one reason you can see in the photo, the person on Rose Lawn, his backyard, side yard, he has all these trees there, and it makes it very tight to get out of the driveway without the circle. Also, you can see there's no parking on Cherry Lane. The township trucks don't even go down it because I think it's a private road and they don't have any trash pickup or anything in that because it's so narrow. So they can't really get the driveway anywhere else on the property. She also has on the right-hand side is a
The management system.
water management system stormwater management system in the back right hand of the property. If you see that on the overhead, and they can't build or put anything on that area. So the architect came up with this semicircular driveway in the front, and also if they were to have anybody visit, there'd be no, like I said, there's no off-street parking, so there's nowhere for them to park other than the driveway. Mostly the driveway will be vacant unless, they're not entertaining every night or anything like that. Do you have any questions? Ms. Yan probably be the better one to answer. Any questions? Just she's more involved with the project, but Mr. Rogers knows everything too.
We can have Ms. Yan sworn in, and she can adopt your testimony, and then we can ask questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Yan, you heard what I told the board there?
Yes,
And you would adopt that testimony as your own?
yes.
Yes, okay. Is there anything you would like to add to tell the board?
Yes, my husband and I are not the youngest people you've ever met. We are both retired. It would only be the two of us at the house. The first concern was with just a straight driveway was a beautiful row of trees. The property owner across the street has a 6-foot-high fence, and street side, there's maybe 20 evergreen trees and lovely white painted rocks right on the edge of the road. So it makes it very hard to be able to turn and pull out. Our main reason was with a semicircular driveway, we would be able to back out of the drive and then make an easier turn onto the lane. No two cars can pass on this lane. It is only one car width. This street is also a dead end to a woods. It abruptly ends. There's no turnaround there either. As far as a holiday dinner where you invite family over, of course, there's no parking whatsoever on Cherry, but there also is no parking on the perpendicular street, Rose Lawn. So it makes it inaccessible. For us, it's a lovely lane. It's a quiet community. We don't wish to upset that. Even though I understand, I have people here to corroborate the letters. We did want to be responsible, and we made packets for the 4 houses that are on Cherry Lane, the 2 houses at the entrance of Cherry Lane, and the house directly behind our property adjoining. I included a proposed site plan, a cover letter, and front and side views of the proposed home that we've had designed, and said that if we notified them of the hearing, so we wanted to give them ample opportunity to present their ideas or feelings, and everyone sent them back to us and approved and welcome to the neighborhood and what have you. So we don't believe that there is any opposition. I know the mailman would appreciate it because he doesn't block the road. I believe there is municipal trash on Rose Lawn pickup, but not on Cherry Lane. So it is that tight.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Yan?
I do. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at something. So it's one of you want to go. I'm sorry.
With regards to this presentation. How deep is the lot?
198 deep,
198 feet going in,
and the front is 107 across.
across. And then this other area down here,
That's the first house on Rose Lawn at the entrance to Cherry Lane.
so is it like an L shape
Our property,
line?
it comes in, when he subdivided, he took another 2,000 feet, which is why it's not a perfect rectangle. And the stormwater management is in the back quarter right. So what I've noticed, some of the other houses, of the four, the gentleman right next to us, they put in 2 driveways to try and accommodate when they had family or visiting medics, things like that over, so.
How big is the paved area that you're going to have? Or the occupied area?
Oh, the built area?
Yeah.
We don't go at this myself.
Yeah,
Let's have you sworn in if you're going to offer something.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And your name again, please?
Thomas Rogers?
Would be on this side, I think.
Yeah, the area that we're looking for, the driveway would be 20
no,
feet
it's not on
wide,
this
going
chart.
around the circle. From start to finish would be 60 feet, the separation between would be 30 feet.
I think you're asking what size the house is?
Yeah.
Oh, the house itself?
Right.
But that was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
yeah, do you want a full-size site plan? Would that be easier if you look at that?
What's the square
It's over
footage
3,000 square feet.
on one floor?
On one floor.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The idea for us is no more stairs. And a side note, mobility is becoming a little bit of an issue with us. And we don't know, but we foresee that there could be a time that we need easier access into the front via a ramp, but we're not doing anything like that now. We'll wait until we need it. But we thought with the semicircle, it would get us right into the middle of the house.
And that semicircle, you're saying you pull up into the
To drop
driveway
somebody,
and
right.
then you drive around, the circle's in the front.
Mhm.
Correct.
Here's the front porch, the front walk.
Okay,
And then
okay.
this would be
I
the
see.
so you'd have access to the garage and then a semicircle around here.
Come out, okay.
Any other board questions?
No, none for me.
Ms. McCreesh, do you have anything else you'd like to present?
No, I do, I have a full set of plans if you want them. I don't know if you need them, but if the board wants them, these are extra, right?
Yes.
This is an extra set if you want me to, but I don't think you need it, but if you do, I'm happy to provide it.
Anyone want to look at the full-size set?
Question.
Go ahead. Oh, me.
By allowing this, would we be allowing them to have parking in the front yard? Is that what we're basically ruling on at this point?
Because of the size of, or the shape of your lot, are you able to put any parking on the side of your building? Or would that make it too impervious?
That would put us over.
Right, that would make, because according to the plans, they're at the maximum 20%.
Gotcha.
As it is now, right, so they couldn't add, and they also have a problem with that, with the stormwater management in the back, because they can't put anything over that.
So this preserves the natural environment to the best of your ability?
Yes, so there'd be no water runoff.
Gotcha. All right.
The pit would be about 40 by 20.
Is there any?
Wait, I'm sorry, if you don't mind. Anything else from?
Nothing
the
further.
applicant?
Thank you.
Okay, so now we can.
Is there any public comment?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second?
Thank you
Aye.
very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Receive a decision within 45 days.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Good luck.
Do you need these back?
Do you
Were
want
they
to?
exhibits? Correct.
It was uncontested. I'm fine if you want to take them.
I'll take them back. Thank you.
Okay. Our next application will be 10-5 of 23, application of 126 Springton LLC for a variance from section 558A, table 3-1, to permit used car sales, variance from section 558A, table 3-1, to permit automobile service and repair, variance from section 558B, to allow more than one permitted use per lot, and a variance from section 550-33A, relief from any additional off-street parking requirements. The location is 126 Springton Road, Upper Darby, PA, C1 Commercial District, in the 7th Council District.
Is there anyone present who would like to request party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. The other, Mr. McCreish, the floor is yours.
Good evening. I represent 126 Springton LLC, and I have with me here Sharndeep Singh.
Good evening.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Spell your name.
Sharondeep Singh, SHARNDEEP. Last name is Singh, SINGH.
Thank you.
All right, we're here tonight because we have a couple variances to jump over. No more than usual. The first one is to permit used car sales. The second one, as you said, was automobile and repair service. As far as I can remember, probably, and I've been around that neighborhood for a long time, and looking back in the deeds, probably back to 1970s and all, that was at one time a gas station. It had lifts and repair shop, et cetera, there, all the way up until maybe about 10 years ago, when Hertz came along and rented it, and it became a Hertz rental place, and they still maintain the lifts. Let me let this young man talk to you and tell you about himself. Mr. Singh, tell
Yeah,
me.
my name is Sharandeep Singh, as I told before. I am a businessman in Upper Darby also.
What businesses do you own?
I own car wash, I own laundromat, I own the Quick Stop building, and plus the business there. It's right across from the, what we are proposing at this moment.
And how long ago did you buy this property?
I bought it 5-6 years ago.
And Hertz was your tenant?
Yes.
And then during the pandemic, what happened? They went bankrupt?
Yeah, they filed the Chapter 11, and they were running away to make the payments, so, but we made the deal, they come up with a half of it, but, I let it go, it was nothing.
All right, do you agree with my, from talking to the people in the neighborhood and all, do you agree with my assessment that it was always at one time before that?
Yes, there was always, they were, the place, when I talked to the the owner, this place at one time was running at a gas station and plus the lube center. They were
Plus
two.
the what? I'm sorry.
The lube center.
Lube,
Lube center. So they were changing the oil, they were doing some kind of work out there. And when the Hertz took over, they were doing the same thing.
Right.
They had the cars out there and they were changing, they were cleaning their cars, they were everything they want to do it there.
All right, so what do you want to, what do you intend, what's your intended use?
I just want to put the loop center there, and plus I want to sell the, old car, used car sale.
And why do you think used car sale would be good for that neighborhood?
I mean, people, it's affordable. People always want to get some good and they can afford.
How many off-street parking spots do you have?
Off-street,
Oh, here, okay.
how many of them?
I don't know, you drew it.
Yeah, it should be around like 30 or 35 or.
31, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
31. But I drove all these parking spaces. I have some extras also there, but I just drove it just to show to Josh, so he can make, that square foot, I don't know, it was 500 per square foot or 1,000 per square foot he was looking for. So I drove but there's a lot more I can put down in there. In the middle, I only put 4 or 5 spaces, but in the middle, if you can park the car with the big roundup, you can park, the other day I was talking about, you can easily park 8 cars there.
So what was the number you are providing?
31.
31.
31?
31.
And Josh, based on the fact that it's a used car operation and a service center, independent retail service center, what's our calculation for required parking?
So the calculation is for automobile sales, rental, or rental agencies, 1 space per 500 square feet of floor area. So that is, right, 29 by 16 for the office. So that's 464, so that would be 1 space.
Okay.
And then it also includes plus adequate space for rental or sales vehicles. And then as far as the, other automotive use, it would be 5 spaces per bay plus 1.5 spaces per bay for employees. So essentially 6.5 spaces per bay.
How many bays are you having?
2.
2. So 13 spaces for those?
Yeah, 13 and 1, 14, and then you have, the code says as many as you, the rest for
Yeah,
used
whatever's
car
reasonable.
sales, right?
Yep.
So you're looking at a balance
So
of
you have
17
So you have
spaces.
17 spots to sell used cars, and he would be happier than heck if he could sell turn them over 17 cars.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's just coming from a entrepreneur. What are your hours of operation going to be?
Typically same as the mechanic or any other places, like they open up 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning and they go up to 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock.
So you don't need any other relief, do you? You don't intend to sell food or
Oh, no.
any products there or
I
anything
have,
like that?
I have across the street building where I'm selling the food.
So basically, you just need an area to sell
Used-
used cars
Yes,
and an area to take care of lube, change oil,
yes,
and an office to
yes,
maintain both.
yes.
Nothing further.
Yeah, have you gotten any certification as to making sure there's no oil going into the ground?
There is no oil going into the ground?
Yes,
Uh,
from Hertz
When you
and
bought
from
the place.
what was previously being used.
When he bought the place, he had an environmental. It was all right.
Environmental study was done?
Yeah.
How many years ago was that?
5, 6 years, 5 years ago.
So in the 5-year period, there hasn't been any update for the oil that Hertz was using on that property?
They weren't using any
weren't doing it.
contamination oils or anything else except the lifts. And when the lift is installed, it's installed in hard, it's a concrete there. So when I look at the concrete, it's the same concrete that it was before. So no, I don't think so anywhere else they were changing any oils or doing much. They were changing the oil for their own cars, maybe. They were not changing the oils for the public. So it shouldn't be, they weren't using that. No, only they, okay, yeah.
And also, they almost went out of business right before the pandemic, which was,
Yeah,
so they only really had it for about that length of time. You're talking about a year.
Go ahead, finish your,
I was gonna, so you're saying that you purchased the property 5 years ago and it's been vacant for
no,
three
it
or
was
4
Hertz.
years?
They were Hertz were using it.
I thought you said the Hertz went out of business.
Well,
Yeah, they
yeah,
went
they
with
did. When he bought it, he got an environmental.
I understand.
Hertz was there. He got the environmental. But then shortly after he bought it, Hertz wasn't there after you bought it long.
No, Hertz were there for 5 years. They just
No,
left
no, no,
last
no.
month.
Yeah, but 5 years, but how many years did they stop paying you back?
Yeah, they stopped paying me for a little while, yes.
When did it stop being used as a Hertz?
Last month.
Is that when they stopped renting cars there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said that they went out of business.
They didn't even know, and they filed Chapter 11.
Oh, they filed Chapter
Well,
11.
maybe
I'm sorry.
miscommunication.
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 Is there, looking at an area view, another, some type of auto place a little further down the street, but
across
across?
the street.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
there are auto
directly across?
places around there, yes.
There's like a couple of auto, are they
yes.
the same as what you, the business you want to open, repair, oil change?
No,
and
but yeah,
same-
my idea is the same as there, but I'm using a used car sale also. They're not doing a used car sale.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I
a
didn't know
little
if it
bit
was all
different, yeah.
repair or oil change and sales. I didn't know. That's what I
Yeah,
was
they were
asking.
not, I don't think, they don't have any used cars sales there.
Okay.
I am the only one who's gonna have, I think.
So, in regards to this property, it is very, 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 very close to Naylor's Run. What precautions are you taking to make sure that there is not pollution and runoff into Naylor's Run, into the stream, into our stormwater management system? So like what precautions, because you're talking about doing like oil changes and such, what environmental precautions are you taking to make sure that you're complying by like, federal guidelines and, pollution guidelines, et
I
cetera?
have to comply with all the guidelines.
Well, I'm asking like, what steps are you taking?
What steps I'm taking? Okay, I always like to take care of my buildings. I make those,
Well, I'll ask a question. You're going to take out the old lifts that are there, is that correct?
yes, I have to.
Right, and then and the lifts that you put in are going to conform to what the federal government tells you have to
Yes.
put in?
Yes,
All right, so those new lifts then will conform to what the government says, which takes care of runoff and pollution.
that is correct.
Okay. Well, I guess the question I was asking is because we're talking like this is a C1, so you're asking for a use variance, and I'm asking what additional precautions besides like the bare minimum are you going to take to prevent any runoff, stormwater, pollution, et cetera, because of your proximity to Naylor's
Yes,
Run?
I have friends, like he's my friends who's running the shops right next to me. Everybody has different, the way of doing their businesses. I see there's not much going on. What the lifts are, if we are changing the oils, there's a pot that oil goes in. I think you went through a lot of oil change. And that, there will be a container where the oil goes in. And, after that, the third party comes in and collect that oil. If circumstances comes like there is the spill of the oil, okay? And there is a drums of 50 gallons, or that is the hard oil, so it will be only placed at the hard concrete. And we will have all the equipment to collect that oil. And if it's gonna be more than that, there's an agency out there, we should call them right away and do everything, we have to do with the rules and regulations. Like I run the gas station also. I know the effect of the environment. It's not like I am immune to this environmental things. So I exactly know what precaution I have to take if there's a spill out there. But I will take whatever necessary to make that not to be happen. I like to be clean. I don't want to my employees do something that I know it can make that happen. I will prevent before it could happen. But
Gotcha. Thank you.
Is there any, is your business regulated by the, I don't know, the government? Do they come out and inspect places?
Yes,
like-
used car
Sorry,
sales.
can you just wait until someone is done asking their question before you start to answer? I can't.
Oh,
see
I'm
what's on
really
there.
sorry. Okay. Yeah, it's hard for her to type. Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I didn't know if it was, it's regulated whereby they come every 6 months, 3 quarterly. I didn't know.
Yeah.
What's the protocol?
In used car sale, they're gonna come over, they're gonna take a look of the size of the building, they're gonna, where the office is, everything else. Once they come and they're gonna give you the license. And after that, it depends on the license, how often they wanna come. If there is a complaint, they will come, but most likely our township will take controls after that. They will come and see the property, if everything is clean, and I have to file the sale tax license
Right.
from the township. So there will be inspection from town to town. If I am going into the stickers, inspection stickers, there will be inspection, yes. There will be inspection coming from the state. The party will come down and take the steps or whatever, whenever they want, they comes.
In other words, when you have the stickers and all, the state police come out and check your stickers?
They
and
check
chase your
everything.
area?
Yes.
And check your bays and all?
Yes, that
On a
do.
regular basis?
And the lift also has inspections every 6 months. I think. Those lifts that we are carrying to make sure the safeties and everything. I think they come over, third party come over and they inspect every 6 months.
Okay.
It's not state people.
So you're going to have, you're looking to have used car sales, oil changes, and inspections?
That's literal. I'm not looking for, but if I want to get inspection stickers.
No, yeah, you just added that. That's why I was asking.
Yes, yes, definitely. It's a part of the,
Repairs.
it's a part of the repairs, if I want to, but I don't know that yet, if I'm gonna get into that yet or not.
Okay.
Are you going to be doing any painting
No,
of cars?
no, I can't
Is
do
a repair of a car?
No, and to do the painting in our town, we have to get the special variance. You can't just have a painting
This is
book and
Upper
everything.
Darby.
Yes.
By repairs, we mean motor repairs.
Motor?
When you say you're going to do repairs, most of the repairs that you're talking about are to the motor or to the engine.
I don't think so. I'm gonna go into that day, but if I have to, then I only have 2 bays. I'm
Yeah.
only gonna change the oil, brake change, and do a little bit of the engine parts, not the whole engine
All right,
change.
so what they were talking about repairs, they thought maybe you were fixing dents and
This is-
fenders and putting on new
This isn't a
pieces to the
collision.
car.
It's not a collision shop. This
It's
is
not a
just,
collision shop, no.
Correct. All right.
just
That is
routine
correct.
maintenance.
Yeah, you're right. He's not collision shop. Yes.
And then with the used car, so hypothetically speaking, I want a used car, I come to your place, take it out for a test run, discover that certain things need to be repaired on the used car to purchase it. Will you make the repairs or do you send it out?
If I can do it in my area, yes, I will do it to save money. Why not? I have a mechanic, certified mechanic, or if I can't do the repair, I won't, repair the car. First, when I'm gonna buy it, I'm gonna make sure the car is good, and if I can't repair it, I will have somebody else to repair it for me before I can sell it. I don't
Okay.
wanna lose my, good credit to the people that he's selling bad cars.
Well, no, I'm asking that because in the case of, if I look at the car and it has transmission or engine issues, would you fix it there? You say you're a certified licensed mechanic. Would you fix it there? Would you send it out? Because you're trying to make the sale, how would you?
It's gonna be all depends how big the job is. If it's an engine, I don't wanna fix it. I don't wanna buy the car. I will junk that car before I sell it to somebody who can have all these big problems.
So you wouldn't have that car on your lot then because you
I
would check
won't,
that
no,
before?
I won't
it
have
gets
that
there.
car if there's a broken engine, is why I'm gonna put the car. No, I'm not into that, no.
So I have it's a recommendation and then another question. So my, and this is going to be a question kind of / recommendation. Kind of one of the earlier applications, we talked about this. Will there be any plans of striping this lot so that it helps with traffic flow?
Striping the lot to
Yeah.
help to get in and,
Parking
of
space.
course.
Yeah, so like
there
you
will
stripe
be.
the parking spots and
Yes,
stuff.
yes. Yes.
Okay, would you guys be willing to accept that as a condition?
You can put the condition up there. That's no big deal.
And then my other question was, do you plan the fence in this lot at all?
I was planning, yes.
Okay. How big would this fence be? Because I didn't see it on the
Nice.
plans.
Sorry. It will be nice, if I want to put the fence, it will be nice. I haven't decided the fence yet, but if I
Okay.
want to put it in, it's only if Josh is gonna, whatever Josh is gonna approve.
Yeah, yeah, Josh might send you back.
If he wants me to put the fence, I'll put it in. If I like to put it in, I go to him. I like to put it in. If he says, yes, I can put it in, what type of it? I put the same type of it. If he don't like it, if there's no rule and regulations, I can't have a fence there. I can't have it. So that's a good question for Josh to answer.
And does the parking spaces I'm looking at on this sketch, does that include for your workers as well as people, the cars you're going to sell, as well as people coming in if they have a vehicle?
Yes, if you look at the spaces, I draw 3, 4, 5 numbers on the right side. Those are specifically for my workers. It's close to the building. On the left side, we have 3 parking spaces also. That's where my workers will parking their cars. And all other car on the right side will be either for customers. You know, when we're gonna stripe the car, you know, we will stripe. We will manage those parking space where if the customers comes, and we have a lot of customers, where they're gonna go lined up. And our vehicles, where we're gonna sell the used cars, they will be on the right to show up the people. The public can take a look. So there will be designated area where we need to
Okay,
let
you'll
them
have
know.
signage for that?
Yes.
Right, okay, for customer parking. And then the exit, so, I see 1, 2. So
There's
there
a
will
lot,
only be 2 entrances, 3? I think I see
There are-
3. Oops, I just lost my page. 3?
There are 4.
Okay, I didn't see the other one. 1, 2, okay, I see 4 now.
2 in Marshall.
So come in and go out the same way
Yes,
for each of them?
yes, it's pretty wide, so we're not gonna use all 4 of them. We're gonna use maybe 2 of them, which is best for everybody. You know, I don't wanna close, very close to the light. That, it was very old way of design that area, but I think, I know this area pretty well. I live in, and I think I'm gonna go further down, so where people can slow down a little bit and get in nicely, so the person behind them has a little space. So there will be only a couple of entrance and an exit we're gonna use. And we can use all of them, but I love to use only a couple of them. I don't wanna use all of them.
So how would one know, if they've never been there before, about, how would one know which entrance or exit they can use? You're saying, I think you're saying you'll have them open and close at certain, depending on how
Well,
busy it is?
The one closest to the light, we're definitely gonna, because it's a little bit dangerous, whoever figured it out. So it's easy just to make 2 parking spots in front of it. Nobody will realize that it's an exit.
Right, right. That's what I was asking, how would you designate?
But the other ones, we don't know yet until we.
We're gonna put the sign. Don't
Okay.
worry. We're gonna put nice design sign. We're gonna put, that building will become up very nicely. It won't be the way it is right now.
Because, you know, in theory, things sound great, but in reality, when you got people who think differently, they're going to do whatever
my
they're going to
reality-
do. But if you have signage up there and guidance, that'll be a lot better.
It's okay, I'll do, I will discuss with Josh also, he's very good into this also. But we will definitely look into, for everybody, you know. I can put signs there and make sure it's visible. And whatever I have to make sure the person who's coming to me, he knows where to come and where to exit.
Because that corner, it's very busy right there.
It's very busy,
Very
and
busy.
plus it's very easy to get into my building and get out.
Mhm.
Why? Because the light is there. When the light, every other minute, I think minute and 30 second, the light is there. And every 1 minute and 30 second, there's a big space. People can make left and right very easily. If they want to make right, go other side, they can go to exit on the right side and nicely. They don't have to, you know, get into those consequences. Like there's some property I know that traffic don't stop.
Well, hopefully they won't cut through your yard or your lot to get to the other side because they see, oh, the light just changed.
Oh, the people's, or the regular persons?
Well, yeah, or people just driving, oh,
Yeah, we can put the sign and say that it's a private property, but peoples are people. When they
right,
do it,
that's
we
just what I'm
can't fight
saying.
with that.
And do you also share the space with the contractor? Like, not share the space, but isn't the contractor like next to you? Like, or part of
Moses.
your parking lot? Yeah.
Lumberyard?
Yeah, I just found out that it was there, but it looks like they're like right, you kind of not share the same grounds, but you're on the same grounds, kind of, sort of. Is that an issue
No, there's no issues. They have a plenty of.
with traffic? Okay.
They have a plenty of
Okay.
space there.
So I know you kind of mentioned it, but they, obviously that curb cut that's closest to the traffic light, I'm going to recommend not using that as an entrance. That's going to turn right into like a very small intersection, and that would be a safety hazard. And also I have a question, like, is that already currently blocked off? Yeah, okay. And then are there any of the other entrances and exits that you're proposing that are currently blocked off? Which ones would that be?
Both closest one.
Okay.
The both closest one, closest to the light, there's two entrance and exit. They both are closed at this moment.
Okay.
Yes.
So the one that's closest on the Sherbrooke side and the one that's closest on the Marshall side?
That is correct.
Okay.
Has a traffic study been done for this?
Well, no, this is already an existing property.
This is existing property.
Yeah, but it hasn't had activity in a while.
No, that's not correct. There was Hertz were there, and they were parking 30 cars, and the cars were going back in and out, more than what I'm going to get used to.
Yeah, I misunderstood when I thought he said Hertz went bankrupt. I thought they left.
It was miscommunication. It was not like, I couldn't explain it. Hertz were there last month, and there, if you see their activities, they were like going in and out, like these people's had a lot of cars.
I've seen the traffic that you're referring to, but you aren't identifying them, or I didn't identify them as being Hertz, but rather neighbors that parked up there and then eventually took off.
The other way is like, I am not gonna get the traffic from different areas. It will be the same neighborhood people who's gonna come to me, or same people who are driving their home and coming into my garage and doing the repairs, or the vehicles I will have for sales. As you know, there is not in and out a lot of vehicles where the used car sale. The vehicles sit down there. So it will be a less traffic than the Hertz were using it, or even the neighbors were parking it. So the traffic, it's the same. There's nothing changed. It will be maybe less.
My question / recommendation is that there should be some type of traffic study done for the two curb cuts. If you plan on using them, that there should be some type of traffic study done. Since they're currently closed off and they were closed off under Hertz, that opening those up isn't going to add any additional traffic flow into the middle of an intersection that might have turning lanes and such. So just,
We're not going to open them up.
you're not going to open them up at all?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess I was just
So
confused by that.
the two closest to the light, we're not using.
Okay, all right.
I show you guys because I have to show you guys there is an entrance and exit. But if you go there, I don't know if Josh goes there every day, and if you can ask him, it's already closed up. There's a, yes.
Yeah, there appears to be makeshift concrete. It's not quite a bollard, but a barrier, similar to similar to that like long horizontal cement piece. It looks like it's in front of the both entrances near the intersection.
Would you accept a condition that those two entrances remain closed?
Oh, yes. Okay, we're definitely going to do it.
Would that
He has a
include-
lot of work to do.
Would that include replacing it?
Piping and with the cement work and the closing off of the entrances and exits. But we didn't get involved in that yet.
Josh?
Would that include changing those, because the concrete right now is on an angle. Would that include adding a curb and then flattening the concrete?
I think that's probably beyond our purview if you're talking about modification of the sidewalk and the aprons. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they want to go.
Like
The ones you're
replacing the
proposing to
aprons
close,
with
right.
curbing and sidewalk?
Well, when you say close, do you just mean leave what's there, or do you mean
That they're not-
permanently close?
I think the board is saying that they should just not be used for ingress and egress.
Okay.
Well, they won't be. There's no question about it.
I mean, if they want to repair the sidewalk and make it not a curb cut, I mean, that's all on the property owner.
I will take a look. If that looks nice, property will make look nice, why not? It's my property. I'll do something.
Appreciate it.
Questions? Mr. McCreach, do you have anything else
No,
to
we have
present?
nothing further.
All right.
Okay,
Public comment.
any public comments? Okay, none being mentioned. I make a motion to approve this application with the following conditions. One, for striping of all the parking spaces. And two, condition of closing the two entrances that we spoke of.
That's fine. Yes.
Second?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
You receive a decision within 45 days.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
See.
Have a nice day.
Have a good one.
Have a great night.
10-6.
Hey, 10-6-23, application of Maggie Playhouse for a variance from section 558A, table 3-1 to permit a daycare center in R1 zoning district, and a variance from section 553A to permit 6 parking spaces where 8 passenger loading spaces and 19 parking spaces are required. Location is the 2300 block of Garrett in Upper Darby, R1 residential district, in the 5th council district.
Is there anyone present this evening who would like to take party status in this application? Okay, seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet, ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. And in an encore performance, Mr. McCreach?
Yes. Margaret, this young lady's going to swear you in. Raise
Raise
your
your
right
hand,
hand.
please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And can I have your name, please?
Margaret Seawright,
Can you spell your last name for me?
SEAWRIGHT.
I represent Maggie's Playhouse LLC, which is under an agreement of sale to buy this property at 2300 Garrett Road. For years, it was a dentist's office, and before that, it was various kinds of professional offices. It's 4,600 square feet, and the way it's licensed or approved or variated, or whatever you want to say, it's for really one single practitioner with one office assistant, because there's only 6 parking spots for 4,600 square feet. And as you see, we need 19. In this day and age, the dentist who was there, single practitioner, he left because there's no such thing, as you know, in medicine today, of single practitioners anywhere, doctors, dentists, whatever, they're all located in Penn Medicine, Radnor, or Bryn Mawr, or some big office. This building is not suitable for neighborhood retail. There won't be any real estate offices, insurance offices, flower shops, convenience stores, which could ever use this property, because again, it only has 6 parking spots. Whoever allowed the original building of this property 75 years ago didn't know about zoning or didn't care about it. And in order to get the 19 parking spots, you'd have to take off 20 feet along the left-hand, looking at the building, 20 feet along the back, and you'd have to take 20 feet off along the other side. That would knock the building down into half of its present size or less. Besides all the expense and everything like that, this building is not used or usable for any purpose whatsoever. It can't be a residence. It can't be a commercial building because it doesn't have the parking or whatever. It can only be the use that Margaret's going to tell you she's going to use it for. So you tell them about yourself, Margaret. Where do you live?
Hi, I live in Drexel Hill. My address is 530 Derwin Road, Drexel Hill.
And who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my daughters.
And how long you been there?
I've lived in that property for 8 years, but I've been a resident of Upper Darby for 25 years.
Now, how many square footage is this building? Was I correct saying it was about 4,600, 4,650?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and how many off-street parking spots do you have there now that the building has?
Off-street parking, there is 6 spots. There are 6 spots.
And in front of the building, how many spots are there?
3,
And they're metered, is that right or not?
that is correct.
All right, what type of use? What are you going to use? What do you want to do here? What do you want to make this little building look like?
Well, we would like to make this a second location. We currently have a child care center that we've been running in Upper Darby for 15 years.
And what's the name of that child center and where is it?
It's called Maggie's Playhouse Daycare and Learning.
And where is it?
It's in Upper Darby, it's on Bywood Avenue,
And how long
14,
you been there?
15 years.
How many clients do you have there?
We currently have about 32 children in care,
All right, in this location, how many children do you think you're going to have?
about the same. That's what we're
All
asking.
right. How many employees will you have at this location?
Around 4
And what will your hours of operation be?
hours of operation will be around 6:30, will be 6:30 a.m. till 6 p.m.
All right, now tell us how these, biggest concern today, always in Upper Darby, and I've been doing this for a lot of years, and don't you say how many years, but is parking.
Yes.
They built Upper Darby before there were cars, or before people had enough cars to worry about, and there's not enough parking, and everybody always complains about it. But tell us how your use is not going to really affect parking, or not really affect traffic, vehicular traffic that much. You tell them how your present operation operates and how this will operate.
Well, currently, as I stated, we have about 32 children in care. A lot of the children that attend our center are neighborhood children. They usually walk to school with their parents. And some parents take public transportation. I would say about 10% of our.
No, wait. We broke it down, you and I, and we went over your list. All right? How many people come by car, remember?
About 10.
10, not 10%.
Sorry.
10 come by car, is that right?
That's correct.
The other 20, how do they come?
Usually walking or they use public transportation.
Now, this location here has terrific public transportation.
It
doesn't it?
does, yes.
Tell the board, because they know it anyhow, but you tell them all this public transportation is there.
So we are actually located right next to the trolley stop. We are right across from the trolley stop on Bywood. I'm sorry, for Garrett Road, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
We are across the street from the trolley stop, which is the 101 and the 102 trolley there. And then there's also a SEPTA bus that rides along Lansdowne Avenue. I'm not exactly sure of what bus that would be, that goes on Lansdowne Avenue as well. And I believe there's a bus that comes down, Garrett Road as well.
Now, you have all the necessary certificates to run a daycare, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And could you tell the board what they are?
Of course, I have everything that is necessary as far as the state regulated certificates and things like that that are required. I myself participate in a program called Keystone Stars, which which also comes into our facility to make sure that we are doing what is necessary to give top-notch education and care to the children that are in our care.
Right. Now, we also went over how the children come in the morning to school.
Mhm.
Start us off at what time did you say, 6:30? What happens at 6:30? How many children come?
Usually, we stagger the children in. So based on their agreements, that is how they're supposed to come in. So if you need 6 a.m. care or 6:30 a.m. care, then, your child should arrive around that time. We do give a little leniency, if you're running later and things like that. But, so between 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m., which is a 3-hour window, is we stagger our children in. So, as far as traffic is concerned, is with cars and things like that, we don't really have it, we don't ever really have we don't have traffic jams because there's really no, with the 3-hour window, people have time to drop off and go to work and school and things like that.
Now, this apron behind your parking lot where the 6 cars would park, this apron, if somebody pulled up on the apron, would be enough to drop a child off. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it would be out of the traveling lane of Owen Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When the child's dropped off, does someone pick them up at the car?
We do at times, we have at our old center, especially during COVID, we would have someone, we've done that, we've tried that. During COVID, we would have staff outside to assist bringing the children in to mitigate, people coming inside the building at the time. That was the reason. So we are familiar with how, if needed, what we could do to, during heavy traffic times. But I just, like I said, I really do believe that a lot of our clients will be on public transportation or people who, walk or walking by.
Or who could drop the children off in front of the building or along the apron on the side?
Absolutely.
And during that 3-hour period, you would estimate you'd have about 10 cars dropping people off.
Yes, in a 3-hour period.
Right. And now at night, picking them up, what time do children usually or what time are they usually picked up?
Children, the earlier they come in, based on their agreement that is already set, they have to leave by a certain time in the evening. So usually the earliest pickup is usually around 2:30 in the afternoon, and then that goes until 6.
So then, again, you have a 3.5-hour period now.
That is correct.
If nothing further, if you have any questions.
Okay, so one of the first questions I have reviewing the application is you have an ADA accessible ramp on the rear of the building. Would that be in the access lane? That I think that's where the trash trucks use to get back there. There are dumpsters back there.
There are dumpsters on the side.
We don't use, she won't be using that.
No, I mean, but I guess my question is more specifics on the dimensions of the ADA ramp. We just want to make sure that it's not blocking.
Oh, yeah, no, it actually has like, there is a space where, of course, we would probably put a ramp or something so that it's safe for anyone who needed to utilize that area.
And then you had mentioned, how many kids was it exactly?
32.
32, okay. Because looking at the plan, it says upwards to 54 children.
Okay.
No, it's a space for 54.
54, okay.
It can be 54, but they are only set up to do 32 at the time.
Would you expand capacity if it was available to 54?
No, honestly, for me, I'm kind of comfortable in with a certain amount of children. So for me, honestly, that wouldn't be anything that I'm interested in doing.
Okay.
Where do you expect these children to be coming from? Is it the Drexel Hill community?
Actually, Currently, I have children who come from Lansdowne. I have children who come from Drexel Hill. I have children who come from Upper Darby. So yes, all the surrounding areas.
Okay. Because I know where I'm coming from with the comment is that Owen Avenue has that peculiarity about traffic coming in onto Owen. It's designed for basically it coming from Drexel Hill and not very convenient for the other directions.
No, she realizes.
Yes. Oh, I.
They're
yes.
spending a lot of money to buy this building,
Mhm.
and a tremendous amount of money for the renovations and expansion of it, close to
Yeah.
over $600,000. So they certainly have in mind of the problem on Owens Avenue.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there is another daycare across the street from where you plan to put this daycare.
Yeah. You know, since I've been in business for 15 years, what I've noticed is that there have been daycares that have come up behind me that, you know, originally kind of scared me a little because, you know, just thinking that, you know, it would do something to, you know, if they would potentially take some of my children. In my experience, like I said, there have been at least two that can hold over 100 children very in close proximity to where I am, and it hasn't affected me at all. And I don't think that me being in that area would do anything to her business, or I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly who owns it. But I don't see it being a problem. And I actually, what I have done, because I take Garrett Road a lot, coming to and from work and also driving kids to and from school, what I have noticed is that business being there, it hasn't impacted the traffic negatively at all. I sometimes see the kid, you know, the parents dropping off children, and it is very the same way I drop off the kids come to our center down the street, it doesn't really affect anything. So I don't see us having parking, our own parking, will definitely, should definitely help us in what we're trying to do as far as not impact the traffic in a negative way.
I might have missed this in your application, but if this is just clarification. You will have like a loading zone for parents to drop off their kids?
Well, the parking lot is, I mean, or we could use the front 3 parking spaces as loading if needed. Yes.
And also, and half of the parking lot.
And
if we had
yes.
to,
Okay.
'cause we only have.
Yeah, I know, you guys don't have that much parking in that lot. I do think a loading zone would be a priority, especially if you're going to have a lot of parents coming in. I think the parking for your staff is going to be important. And then obviously, I'm going to say the same thing I've said to everybody else that I've said before here. I'm sure you expect this to come. Striping, you're going to make sure the striped lot.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay. Those are all the questions I had.
I have questions around drop-off, no matter what the time is. Where you said the front spaces, so they are metered spaces. What if someone from one of the other streets are parked in those spaces 6 a.m. in the morning? Then what happens?
Well, we still have the parking lot that will be, you know, wide open. I don't anticipate all of my staff driving currently over the 15 years. You know, a lot of the people who work for us live in the area, so they walk to work or use, you know, public transportation. So I really don't see it being an issue as far as parking.
And so what about, and just for safety purposes, someone, you know, walking in with a child at 6 a.m. in the morning, time changes, it's dark in the morning. You know, I guess there's a safety factor around that as well if they are parking on the street as opposed to that side where the parking lot is. If you have employees there, then, and I don't remember how many parking spaces are on
6.
that side, but will it be designated just for drop-off? Like, I feel you need a designated just.
That's
for
a great
drop-off.
idea. We could do that.
And even if it's drop off, it's not a drop off or pickup time,
Mhm.
no one's parking there because it's designated just for that.
I understand.
That's
yeah.
a concern for me.
Mhm.
And then what if people come, you say there was a percentage of people that that don't drive?
Mhm.
They take public transportation, but what if that changes? What if you find you get new customers and families are driving their kids and picking up similar times, especially I would think about 5:30 and in the evening. You know,
Mhm.
what about that? What do you do? I just think about schools and how they do
Right.
their little rotation for
Mhm.
pick up and drop off. Not that you would have that many children, but 32, you can
Mhm.
accommodate 32 children.
Right.
What if you get like 20, 25 parents coming around the same time?
Like I stated, I've been doing this for 15 years. We've never had that happen, and the reason being is because parents are scheduled, do have scheduled times to pick up, and and we do stagger them in. So if you, so it's like it's from 2:30 to, yes, if your child was there at 6:30, they can't stay to 6 p.m. They have to be picked up by 2:30 in the afternoon, and then so on and so forth. So it may be another two parents who have the same time schedule and things like that, just based on when they arrive.
And are you, I know you said you live in the area where, so that intersection Owens and the things that they put in the street, we don't know why, because it seems like it creates more chaos. You know, that's a very high traffic, even on Garrett, you know, it backs up every day, several
Mhm.
times a day.
I've
Did you look
experienced that.
location for maybe your daycare?
Um,
Other than, then I asked, did you look at another location and then why this one?
Okay.
Considering the traffic component.
Well, honestly, I don't think that our traffic will impact will hurt the traffic any worse than what it is at
No,
times.
not just yours, I'm sorry, I should have
Mhm.
been clear. Just the traffic in general, because
Okay.
we know that's a bad location.
Right. Because we have off-street parking, I think that this is more than what most people even like we were just talking about. Parking is an issue, is kind of tight period all the way around in Upper Darby. So, I just don't see that, with us having our own parking spaces. And, I actually I looked at my logs for the children that we currently have, and I was going over like the times that they're dropped off and things like that. One other thing that I would like to mention is some of the families have multiple children. So it's not like you won't have, even if I have 32 children, doesn't mean I'm gonna have 32 cars at the same time. So I think that kind of should be, brought to you guys' attention as well, to kind of think about, a lot of the families today have at least 3 kids. Before it might have been 2, but now it's 3 to 4, so it's different. Which means one vehicle, times, that is, yes, it takes away from what we're talking about.
And then the other part of the question was, why that location? Did you consider another location nearby?
The transportation is mainly why I chose, we're very close to public transportation, which is something that I realize and know that a lot of people use today. That's one of the main reasons why I chose that location.
Have you done any traffic study?
No, I have not. Other than my own personal study, no, no.
Because I look at that intersection quite frequently, and how badly the traffic gets jammed up there as it exists now. I understand you have the feeling that you can do a lot of drop-off in the back, but you also have to recognize that once you do that drop-off, they're going to have to go all the way down Owen Avenue, which is about a mile run.
Mile.
Yeah.
Come on. It's not even a quarter mile. You could get down to Windermere, take a right and come, go down to Marshall, take a right and come around and come up Windermere.
But then Lansdowne's backed up.
How's Lansdowne back?
Because when you.
I think, well, I guess what, I mean, with this application, I guess one of my question is, a lot of the car usage is going to be a temporary induced demand. It's not like a consistent throughout the day kind of demand. And you guys are going to be working pretty hard to schedule drop-off times to make sure that this doesn't become an issue and doesn't come back before our desk.
Yes.
Well,
And-
also too, for their use too, I mean, they can't have all the kids coming at once. That's why they're, you know, I mean, for obvious reasons, they're spaced out.
I do think with those 6 spots, you would have enough for you and your staff, correct? And
Yes.
you would be limited to the 32 children.
Is there any other questions? Anything else to present, Mr. McCready?
No, that'll be,
Is there any public comment on this application? All right, seeing none, the board's going to recess into executive session. All right, I think we'll resume and appropriate to take a motion.
Ask for public comment before.
We did.
We did, okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application with the following conditions: that there is a cap at 32, that will be the max number of children, that the spaces in the lot will be striped. There will be 2 designated pickup and drop-off spaces in the lot out of the 6, and then there'll be no more than 3 pickups. I think you said you scheduled them,
Yes.
or drop-offs at any, well, pickups at any one time.
Okay.
So those are our conditions.
All right.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Receive a
guys.
decision within 45 days.
All right.
Okay.
One more.
He's so cute. Okay, and our last one for the night. Application 10/7/23 of Glow and Puff Lounge for a special exception from section 550-24C3B to permit a hookah bar in a C4 commercial district. Location is 708 East Baltimore Avenue in Lansdowne. It's a C4 district, 7th Council District.
All right, is there anyone present who is requesting party status for this application?
Colleen Marcini on behalf of Upper Darby Township.
Thank you, Ms. Marcini. Any other party status requests? All right, the board will enter the following exhibit. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Are you Mr. Scott?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Board and Mr. Chairman.
So just before I give you the floor, because it's not on the application, do you happen to have a business card or anything, just so we have contact information?
I do. It's a digital business card.
Okay.
I don't know who I'd give it to, but I'm happy to.
Can you send it to Josh and,
I can give it to you now.
thank you. Josh can forward it on to me.
Can you just say your name for me, please, so I have it?
Sure. First name is Nigel, Nigel. Last name Scott.
Thank you.
Let me just begin by apologizing for the bare bones nature of the application. Despite the appearance of my name on the application, my clients, with my permission, did submit it at the last minute. Otherwise, there would have been full information on there. So as the board is aware, this is an application for an exemption. It's to expand the current use well, change the nature of the current use slightly. Currently, this is a property that has been in use for the last 6 months as an event space. The usage has been restricted to just the weekends from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. We're looking to expand that to nightly from Tuesday through Sunday. I have with me Mr. Peter Mansouri, who is one of the owners and will be testifying. The space is 800 square feet. And we're basically just looking to expand it from an event space to use as a hookah lounge.
All right, would you like your witness sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The truth.
Can I have your name?
Peter Mansouri,
Can you spell your full name for me, please?
PeterMansoray.
S-A.
R-A-Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Mansouri, are you one of the owners of Glow Puff and Lounge LLC?
Yes.
And currently, what do you use this space for?
For events.
Okay, and you're asking the board to permit you to use it for a different reason. What is that reason?
As a hookah bar.
Okay, and based on your knowledge, what was the space used? Well, let me ask you this. How long have you operated the event space there?
For 6 months.
And prior to your occupation of the space, as far as you know, was it occupied?
No.
And how do you know this?
Because we asked around and the landlord that owned the space tell us to, so,
So it was vacant?
yes.
And how long was it vacant for?
I'm not too sure, but what I heard is like for probably like 9 years or 10.
And who did you hear this from?
Around the neighborhood and people that know whoever was running it.
Did you ask the landlord about how long it had been vacant prior to you renting it?
Yes.
And what did he say?
I can't recall, but he said about the same thing. It was he told us there was a veteran veterinary hospital before it got vacant, before he got it.
So prior to you renting it, it was used as a veterinary hospital about 9, 10 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. And currently, what are your operating hours?
8 to 2.
And what days of the week is that?
Wednesday, it depends when time and when we have events. So we book our event probably from Wednesday to Sundays. And we only approve for the time for business hour from 8 p to 2 a.
Okay. And what is the current occupancy limit at that property?
So the plan form, the form that we have from the Board of Pennsylvania, it was stamped for 60 to 80 people capacity. But the boy here, Dan, called us and was like, we have to bring it down to at least 60 to 70.
60 to 70?
Yeah.
And currently, that's what you use it for? Your current use is for 60 to 70 people at a time?
Yes, I never had more than 60 people in there, so.
If the board were to approve your use of the space as a hookah lounge, do you plan on having more than 60 or 70 people at a time in the building?
It only depends, because you can't tell how many people might come out, and we always make sure we don't pass capacity, which we never did, so.
So at all time, you plan to comply with the restrictions placed on the property in terms
Yes.
of occupancy limits?
Yes.
And do any of your customers, how do your customers typically arrive at the property?
So it's a strip. So we have, it's a commercial building from up till down. So when they come, we have middle parking and we have like a side parking in our lot, in our own side. Then they usually park on the middle parking and throw down the street, which during the time of operation, which we do, it's vacancy, so anybody can use it.
In the past 6 months that you've been operating out of this location, just based on your personal knowledge, has there ever been any issues with parking?
No.
Do you have any plans to accommodate additional parking or for overflow parking if there were ever an issue?
Yes.
What is your plan?
My plan is, we have a open parking spot closer to opposite our own location, which is the laundromat. And we have a plan like to try to talk to the owner of that parking spot, so at least we can be using it after the hour of their own operation. So because we open late and they close early, so.
What time does the laundromat close?
9 p.m. or 10, something like that, yeah. That's when
Okay.
it close, yeah.
And you plan on operating from 8 until 2 a.m.?
Yes.
What would you say would be your peak period in terms of traffic, customer traffic?
I'm not sure if that's gonna be a problem.
But what would be your peak operating period in between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m.? Would it be like steady traffic throughout that
Oh, yes,
6-hour period?
yes. Not gonna be no jam traffic or nothing.
Okay. No further questions for this
I'm
witness.
sorry, can you repeat the hours of operation? I missed that.
It's from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
They're your peak hours or your hours of operation?
Those are the actual hours, would be the actual hours of operation.
Okay, you'll only be open 8 to 2. Got it. Thank you. Ms. Marcini, I think is your witness.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Colleen Marcini. A few questions.
No
Did
problem.
you say you do have an agreement with the laundromat for overflow parking?
No, I never say that. I said, if we be approved, that's on the plan to talk to the laundromat so we can use their parking lot.
Oh, so your plan is to get an agreement, but you don't have one now?
No,
So you have no agreements with anyone for additional parking, would that be?
not yet.
Not yet, okay. Now, you said that you plan to comply with the 60 to 70 people, but you can't guarantee it because you know how many people are going to come to your events, is that right?
So what I mean, I don't guarantee is our event spot is 800 square feet, which can take up to 100 people. So we've been approved for 60 to 80, but technically it can take 100 people in it, consider the back. And the LNR, which is the director, said we can only do 60 to 70. What I'm saying is we will never pass, which I never had more than 60 people in my establishment. So that's what I mean by I can't tell, but I will never pass the capacity.
But you can't be sure, okay. Now, you are already advertising this as a hookah
I would
bar.
just object. He didn't say he can't be sure. He said he would never pass the capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, now, you're already advertising your space as a hookah bar, aren't you? You've already put advertisements out on the Instagram, advertising as a hookah bar?
So
That's a
there
yes?
was
I'm sorry,
that.
yes?
So what?
Did you say yes?
I was about to.
I would just
to.
ask that my
Yeah.
client be given the opportunity to answer.
Please just answer the question, sir.
Repeat it again,
I-
please.
You are already advertising your space as a hookah bar. You've had it on Instagram, you've had it on Facebook. You're advertising it as a hookah bar, aren't you?
So no, actual advertising is based on having if people have an event and they request to use it, it was there, which we done no other time. We were supposed to get, how they call, a permit or license from them. And, we was told by Dan and Josh, which will be a witness, that we were supposed to have a hookah license to do that, which when they told us, we stopped using it. That's why we pay our money and put in the application, and now we're here today.
Okay, and you've also been selling alcohol out of that facility, haven't you?
Yes, when we start open, we start selling alcohol because we apply for our liquor license, which was proven by the PLCB. When we came up here, they called them and they said the Glow and Puff Lounge applied for this liquor license, and they called the EI, how do you call it? The LID number, it was under our business name. So we was not selling liquor with the intent of just selling it. We were selling it because we have applied for a liquor license and they send us an R1 sticker that permits us to do it.
So let me understand, you're selling alcohol without a license and you're operating a hookah bar without a permit. That's what we have right now, correct?
So I didn't sell alcohol without a license. I sell, we did it, but we applied for it before doing it. They send an orange sticker that allow us to do it. So if everybody hear me clear, we didn't do it with the intent. We do it because they send us, before we start opening our business, we'll make sure we have everything we're supposed to have. Apply for a liquor license, apply for a business license, everything. We didn't know about it, that's how we didn't know about the hookah license. Okay, that's fine. But we'll make sure we apply for everything, that we know that if anytime Ellen and I come, we have something to show them paperwork. So it was not on the intent of just selling liquor. We have something that told us we can sell it. So when they came, the person that came that day was never give us a chance to even look our paperwork. Instead, he shut us down. He didn't give us no chance. He didn't look our license. He didn't look our business license or nothing. He shut us down straight up. Then we came up here and they proved that we apply and we under the liquor board, which we give the EIN, the number, it comes out as Glow and Puff Lounge, they did it. But it was withdrawn because of it was a lot of liquor license in the area.
I'm sorry.
No,
The only one of
hold
this
on. So that was it. It was never with the intent of just selling liquor as you asked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I understand that now. Okay, thank you. Now, right, and you have permission from the owner to operate a hookah lounge?
Yes,
Okay, and that's this note that you attached here?
yes.
That's to whom it may concern, signed by somebody we don't know?
You
I don't
said
know who the
somebody you
name is.
don't know?
This is your, okay. And this other document here, this is your lease, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, right behind your property is a row of homes, correct?
No, no homes behind the property.
You have no homes in your, close to your
Is-
property at all?
I'm sorry, you guys are talking over each other. Can you please slow down?
I will.
So,
Aren't there, I'll start. Aren't there homes, residential homes located behind it on the side of your property?
no,
Where is the closest home to your property?
they're probably all the way up the street, not even 300 feet.
Oh, you
From
know
my
300
business.
feet, okay. So you're saying the closest
it
home is
300
not
feet, you said?
300 feet? It's not?
Yes, because we do the math before we come for this hiring. Neve, hold
Hold
on.
on, time out. Ma'am, I'm happy to have you come up and offer testimony once we're done with this. Right now, this is just questions.
Like, come on.
Right.
So how do you intend to control the smoke in your building? How do you intend to do the climate control?
So based on the hookah bar policy, I think a resident, they gotta be far away.
I was talking about the ventilation in your building.
We have ventilation.
What kind of ventilation?
I don't know how to call it because I'm not that kind of, but we have ventilations
And you have, do you have any,
all the way up.
okay.
Yeah,
Do you have
up
any
the stairs.
documents with you today to tell about the ventilation? or
No, I
explain
don't,
ventilation?
I don't.
Okay. Now, if it is determined that you have a residential property close to your business, would you be willing to close it between the hours of 11 PM and 10 AM?
That if I have,
If it is determined that you have a residential property within 300 feet, would you be willing to close your property at 11 AM? 11 PM, excuse me.
is there was in the agreement?
You can answer yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. I have no other questions of this witness, but I do have witnesses that I'll be presenting later.
Thank you, Ms. Marcini. Sir, do you have any redirect of your witness before we
Yes.
move to word questions? Thank you.
Brief redirect. Mr. Mansouri,
Yes.
you submitted an application to the board on around October the 3rd of this year, correct?
Yes,
And in that application, you submitted a lease, is that correct?
yes,
And also, council showed you a note from the landlord.
yes.
Do you know the name of the landlord?
Andy,
Andy. Do you know if he goes by a different name?
yeah, it's Andy, Jerome Carney, some, is the,
I
like a
did not get that, and that's. what-
Jane,
it's-
and I'm
it's-
trying to add because it's a
I did, can you just say
typical
what you said
name.
again? Can somebody spell it for me?
Spell what?
Andy, whatever the last name is that you think it is.
I can spell it for you.
Can
Yeah,
you
let me
please?
Yes,
check my
it's-
emails.
No, I have it here. It's Hyun
Okay.
Jin Kim. His first name
Okay.
is spelled Hyung. The middle name is Jim, and the last name is Kim, Kim.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mansouri, to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Kim signed both the lease and the note, correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, is it the same signature on the note authorizing the use
so
of the space?
it's a, how they call it? It's an organization
I'm just asking about the signature.
now.
Okay. I'd like to just show the witness an exhibit. The exhibit is the application.
It's fine.
Do you see on page 9 of 9 here of the lease, do you see the signature?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm going back to the note where Mr. Kim authorized the use of the space as a hookah lounge. Do you see the signature here?
yes.
Understanding you're not an expert handwriting.
Yeah, I'm not, no,
But
I
based
don't
on
know
your
about that.
knowledge, did Mr. Kim sign this document?
He sent this to us. So because with, we told him, was
Let me
gonna
ask it to you
extend.
this way. Did you request permission from Mr. Kim?
Yes,
And you asked him the same permission in writing?
yes,
Did you receive permission in writing from Mr. Kim?
yes.
How are you sure that you received the permission from Mr. Kim himself and not someone else? Did he email it to you?
Well, let me send it. Got a copy of it.
On.
Got a copy of it.
Okay.
Stuff.
And based on your knowledge of the area, well, scratch that. Did you have a chance to look at the zoning map for that neighborhood?
Yeah, it's C4.
It's zoned for C4?
Yes.
And is it zoned for C4 all along Baltimore Avenue?
Yeah, throughout this, where we are, throughout down, that's owned by the town, that Upper Darby Township is on Fort C4.
Okay, no further questions.
I forgot, I do have one or two, if I might, sir. Thank you. You only have the first floor of this building, correct?
First floor?
Yes, what you have?
Yes.
Okay. Are there apartments on the top?
Is that the apartment?
Yes.
It's somebody that live up there.
There is someone that lives up there in an apartment?
I don't know if it's an apartment or not, but it's somebody that stays up there, that always down and helping us doing stuff.
I understand,
So,
but he lives above your,
Yes.
okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Board questions for this witness?
So my first question is in regards to, and I just think there was a little bit of back and forth, so I just wanted to make sure I get clarification. There is alcohol served at the premise?
No,
No, so there wouldn't be any alcohol whatsoever?
no.
Okay, sorry, there was a confusion there. And then, so you said your hours were between 8 PM and 2 AM, right?
Yes.
So at least from how I'm reading our zoning code currently, it says that smoking parlors, wait, actually, sorry, I lied. Oh, no.
Hookah bar is the
Yep.
next section.
Yep, sorry, wrong line. Okay, and you guys closed at 10, okay, all right. So my other question is in regards to, I noticed that you guys have windows on your storefront, right?
Yes,
Are those blocked out at all?
it's tinted.
Tinted,
It's
okay.
black, like you can't see nothing inside.
Okay. That is adequate. And then I noticed that there's a stage. Is the stage for events specifically? Like what do you guys use the stage for?
It's for events.
Like perform, like musical perform, like,
So like, yeah, like,
You
so
ever plan on
right
having
now,
a live band?
yeah, like live bands, like stuff like that.
okay.
Or comedy
And
show.
so, okay, and I guess this is where I got a little confused. So, I mean, I know we established that there's no alcohol whatsoever. However, looking at the current construction plans, they are set up. I mean, it literally says bar. So what would that bar be used for if it's not to serve alcohol?
The bar?
Yeah, bar.
It's not actually set a bar because it don't got shelf. It's set like a round counter where it can be used to serve. They can put food in the bag or juice or water on the freezer to serve people.
Okay,
So that's
gotcha.
what
okay.
it's being
It's
used
just
for.
bad terminology, gotcha.
Yes.
Do you plan on ever serving alcohol at this establishment?
Now until I get my my liquor license.
Sorry, I want to be very clear. You cannot sell alcohol ever, like according to the
Yeah, I
zoning
said
code. Like,
until-
even if you
I-
get a liquor license.
I don't believe
right?
that's true.
That's not true.
It's a
The-
C4.
Hold on. Time out. The alcohol prohibition is for smoke shops and smoking parlors. There is not a parallel regulation for hookah bars.
See, okay, sorry. My apologies. There
It's
was a
fine.
misreading on my end. I apologize.
It's confusing.
It's late.
Sorry.
We're all tired.
It's late at night. I apologize. Okay, and then I guess there was a little bit of back and forth, like I said, about the ventilation. To the best of your knowledge, how are you making the necessary improvements to the building? I mean, you don't have to be like super specific. Obviously, we may ask for specifics at a later date, but I just want you to know, like, in your general understanding, what is your ventilation plan specifically for the smoke. Yeah, just if you want to summarize.
Ask him? a
Yeah,
question?
yeah, go for it.
So, Peter, we spoke about the ventilation specifically in preparation for this meeting, right?
Yes.
And I asked you, did you have ventilation in the building? And
Yes.
you told me that, no, what did you tell me?
I said, yes, we have.
And I asked you, did you have ventilation put into the building? And what was your answer to me?
No, it was in there already.
It had already
Yes,
existed.
so
when
we
you
come, we
occupied.
check, yeah, it was working, yeah.
Okay, and you had the ventilation system tested?
Yes.
And as far as you know, has it been inspected?
Since we have it,
Since you've been operating for the last 6 months?
no.
You don't know, or
No, the
you,
landlord said it was good to go. We tried it. It was working, so.
so you rely based on the representations made by the landlord that
Yes.
the ventilation system
It's good.
is working? As far as you know, when you speak of a ventilation system, it's not just like air conditioning.
No, it's not just air conditioning.
Does it actively discharge air to the outside?
Yes.
I mean, I don't have any further questions on this front. Yeah.
Bob, Deb?
I just want to make sure I'm clear on some things that you were saying and that you cleared up.
Yes,
So you did apply for the liquor license,
Yes, ma'am.
and is it approved, or you're still awaiting the approval?
So it was withdraw.
Withdrawn, you said?
Yes, it was withdraw because they said what we call, they say it was a lot of liquor license in the
the area.
neighborhood. So we have to purchase it from like in Delco, so somewhere, like from another establishment in Delaware County for us to have it.
So what you would do is, so say there's a ABC a mile down the road that has a liquor license, you would buy into theirs, their liquor license would govern your establishment?
Well,
think
I
it was
mean,
actual
it mean the old Delaware, like transfer, like in Delaware County, that's what I mean.
I don't want to get mired down in a liquor
No, I-
license issue since they're permitted under the zoning code to sell liquor if they have the ability to.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to lead into something else
Okay.
around that.
Okay.
So if I knew that you have one for your business, so then that makes, or correct me if I'm wrong, does that make your establishment responsible for people who come in and, forgive me, I know nothing about hookah, who hookah and may drink, like you're responsible for those people that are indulging in
Well, he would
those
be-
activities?
He would be responsible just like any other establishment.
Right, right.
There's a bar that's 2 doors down.
Right, that's what
from
I'm,
him. There are dram shop laws. He has security, active security. And I'm sure once they start serving alcohol, there'll be sufficient training of the staff to ensure that
okay.
customers don't.
And that's
go
just
to
where I
the
was
lounge.
getting at. I just didn't want to call you a bar because you're saying
Yeah.
hookah. I just didn't want to say
It's a
that.
lounge.
problem, yeah.
So, lounge, okay. So then the other question is the hours of your operation. I think you said 8 to 2 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that within code or?
The code specifies that in the C4 district, hookah bars are not permitted to operate between 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. However, if they're located within 300 feet of a residential zoned property, they're not permitted to operate between 11 p.m. and 10 a.m. So essentially, if it's determined that the hookah bar lounge is located within 300 feet of a residentially zoned property, it moves the mandated closing time from 2 a.m. up to 11 p.m.
Okay. How does that impact you?
Ma'am, sorry.
How does what he just said impact you?
I was trying to ask.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
It's-
Nedger to
And
explain
it's
to me.
been addressed, solicitor for the municipality already asked if it were to be determined that his business was within a residence, 300 feet of a residence, We would have to shut down at 11 PM.
Right. And you said someone lives upstairs.
Someone is up there, but it's like he be
Does-
walking
does-
for us
Is he
down.
sleeping at night when you're, who could?
No, he don't be sleeping. He be down with us.
Okay. And so behind your building, I guess the street behind or whatever is
It's not resident.
behind,
No, it's no resident behind my
there isn't a
building.
street
So-
behind your building?
Just to,
We look at the map, it's no resident behind the building, on the left, right, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already been checked before we even go for this application.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind me jumping in,
Sure.
although that there may be residentially used properties above and to the rear of the subject property, the language of the code lists a residentially zoned property, which would only impact the hours of operation as well as the screening. I don't want to yell over anything tonight. The screening requirements, I think that we may, at some point in this hearing, ask counsel for both the applicant and the township for a legal argument on the location of residentially zoned property, but it doesn't actually impact the use in particular. It's more of an enforcement issue outside of the screening.
Okay. And one more question about your maximum capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, so my notes I took down, your maximum capacity is 80?
Yeah, that's what,
In the
that's what we have from, how they call it, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Okay. And you
60 to 80.
said that you've had between around 60, 70?
That's what, so based on the back and forth and the issue that was happening, so Dan said, we can have always a 60 to 70, we can pass it, okay, but we never pass 60 in capacity since we start operating, we never have more than 60 people, or even, the highest we have is 50.
Okay.
Less.
Is that a fire marshal issue? Where is this number coming from? I don't know if I'm following.
It's a building occupancy number,
Okay,
usually issued by the fire department or by the building,
Yeah.
LNI.
okay, thank you.
And then I may have heard you say that you said you've never had more than 60 to 70?
No,
But if you got 80 people, how do you cap it and cut off the number of people
so,
if you were
I'm
approved?
sorry to cut you off.
Stop you for just a second. What's the number for
Yeah, 'cause-
the fire marshal or the building capacity for this property? Do we know, Josh, or the township may have a witness that can testify to that later? Okay,
We have a witness that can
we'll,
testify.
we'll,
It's his turn.
yeah, none of that's on the record, but can we hold the capacity issue and we can address that? Because if it's the building, fire marshal or the building code official will set a capacity and they should not exceed it. It's a enforcement issue at that point, and,
It's also on the plan.
you know, it's not necessarily within our
Okay.
jurisdiction.
All right, I'm good.
And just to address Councilmember's question, there is active security, there's security at the door, monitoring people as they come and go. So I envision that it would not be a problem for them to cut off admission if there ever is that point where, hopefully, they grow in capacity, that they should never exceed the
Fine,
occupancy limits.
good. Okay, got it. That's all I have.
Do these people monitoring the doors do a count?
Do they have a clicker at this point?
A clicker?
Yeah.
Yes, we use clickers. We're gonna be using clickers.
And these are military, ex-military?
Yeah, our securities are military, they're active military right now, so.
I know you're applying for a hookah bar, but I just wanted to ask, like, are you planning on selling any tobacco products, cigars, vapes?
No.
To answer that question, no, that would require a separate tobacco license, which are notoriously difficult to
Yeah, I
obtain.
don't.
Okay.
It's not even worth the effort.
Okay. So no, you would not sell any tobacco products whatsoever, just hookah?
Correct.
Gotcha, cool.
Any board questions? I'll give you a brief opportunity if there's any other follow-up questions you want to ask your witness.
Not at this moment.
No, thank you. I don't, thank you.
I think your witness can be excused for the time being. Do you have any, do you have another witness you'd like to present?
Seems like we're good.
Willingly? Anything further you want to present in your case in chief?
No, not at this time.
Thank you, sir.
We will rest.
We'll turn to the township's
Thank you very much.
case.
Officer, would you please come forward? You can go right there. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Captain Anthony Vaughn, VAUGHN.
Do you just want
Please raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'm just gonna skip to the middle, so I can go, do you need him to be established as a officer of Upper Darby Township?
You are an officer, you're a captain in Upper Darby Township.
26 years.
And we're proposing him as an expert in enforcement?
Part in enforcement and part personal experience.
So I took over patrol a couple months ago for another captain, and I've been overseeing this whole operation,
So
to speak.
Thank you, Captain. I just want to make sure are you offering as an expert or?
Not as an expert.
Oh, okay.
Not as an expert, sorry. No, he's not as an expert. He's a, no.
Then I think we can recognize him as a captain in the police force I don't know if it requires anything further.
Thank you. Okay. So when you said you took over this operation, what do you mean? What did you do?
Well, we got complaints about this Glow and Puff Lounge, selling alcohol when they weren't supposed to. Fights, disturbances, noise complaints. And we were in touch with the LCE, Justin Brown, who was doing undercover buys, buying alcohol inside the establishment. Other than that, I mean, I just follow the reports. I check the reports each day. And some of the reports I've seen an open sign like you would have on a regular bar. I've never been to an event space for a christening or graduation party or something like that, there was an open and closed sign and there was QR codes on the bar to buy alcohol. And I've never actually been to an event space where I needed armed security. Because typically in an event, everybody knows each other. They're family or friends or family and friends. So that all struck me. I couldn't understand it.
So you have the opportunity to review all the reports that come in as a course of your job.
Correct.
Business records with regard to this property. Have there been complaints about what happens at night when they leave this event space?
So I have got a lot of complaints after 2 a.m. for, like I said, noise. I know some of the other business owners down there. There's some business owners that are in the recycling business that have good camera systems, and they complain to me that the things that go on at night, they don't like to see on their cameras the next day. Talking about sexual acts and drugs and fights and things of this nature. Now, I can't swear that every one of those patrons comes out of Glow and Puff. It's just in the area, in that area.
Now, from your experience and your long experience as a captain, do you believe that this proposed change and it becomes a hookah bar will increase the problems that you're experiencing?
Anytime that we're gonna have another place that's gonna be open till, late at night with crowds that come out at the same time, we're gonna have problems. Crowds form up, people don't like to leave, they like to extend the night, and crowds form up and voices carry and noise complaints come in and then scuffles ensue and they break out into fights and things of this nature.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Sir?
Yes. Captain, you said that you had a chance to review reports.
Correct.
And in your reports, what did you actually see in the reports? Not what you heard from owners, business owners, whatever. What did you see in the actual reports?
Noise complaints, fights,
Fights related to this property, and what is the time period that we're talking about here?
last couple months.
Last couple months, meaning when exactly?
Last couple months, so it's October, so last couple months will be like September, August.
What days?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Was it in the middle of the week? Was it a weekend? When was this?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review any of the security cameras that you mentioned?
No,
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge or information of any events or activities that you speak of specifically related to this establishment, do you?
well, no, I'm testifying to reports, police reports.
The police report specifically mentioned the address.
Yeah,
What was that address?
708, I believe, Baltimore.
Okay, and they said, the police report stated what? Because we haven't seen those reports. Do you recall what the report stated?
Yeah.
Individuals coming out of Blow and Puff Lounge?
Nuisance reports for noise complaints and such,
As-
fights.
As far as you know,
Your client's name's on most of them.
sir, I'm not asking you about my client.
Okay.
Please don't direct any questions or any
I'm not-
gestures to my client.
Oh, no, I'm not asking any questions. I'm letting you know. You're asking me about the report, so I'm letting you
answered my
know.
question. That's enough, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me. That's argumentative and not
I
necessary.
don't,
It's a
sure.
zoning hearing, not criminal court.
I understand that, but
I
I
don't
don't
think
want
you do.
anyone.
Okay,
pointing to
hold
my
on.
client.
We're not going to fight amongst each other.
I just
We
want
can
my
make an
question answered.
objection and we can rule on it, but we're not going to argue back and
Sure,
forth.
what was your question, sir?
I have no question.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm not finished.
okay.
Please continue, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. And with regards to selling liquor, you said that, did you see a citation in the police report for selling liquor?
No.
No, okay. So as far as you know, based on your review of the police report, there has never been any documented proof that there was liquor sold illegally at this establishment. Is that correct?
No, it's in the reports.
I just asked you if you saw documentation of.
No, you asked me if I saw a citation. I never saw a citation.
So what did you see in the documentation?
Well, there's QR codes on the bar and there's a cash register full of money. That usually signifies selling alcohol. And I heard your client say that he was selling alcohol earlier.
So you said that you saw QR codes reported in the report.
Correct.
But no actual documentation of exchange of funds for liquor in the report.
Not that I recall.
And with regards to, how well do you know this block?
I mean, pretty good. I've been off the street for a minute, but pretty good.
As far as you know, are there any similar business entities on that location, at that location, or on that block?
There's a bar at the corner.
Okay.
Danny's.
I'm sorry.
Danny's.
Danny's. Okay. And has there been similar complaints or reports about issues emanating from Danny's?
Sure.
That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any redirect, Ms. Marcini?
Oh, thank you, sir.
All right. Do we have board questions for the captain?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're all right.
Thought I was excused.
Good evening, Captain Vaughn.
Good evening.
It is late. I'll just be really quick. Do you know where the noise complaints came from? Like, I mean, obviously not the location they were directed at, but like the reporting parties.
Some were anonymous and some of the people gave their names.
Okay. Like, were there any of them coming from like any nearby residential properties, et cetera?
If I recall, one was from, that I can think of, was from right across the street on Penn Boulevard.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
All right. We're good on the board? Any follow-up, Ms. Marcini? All right, Captain, you're excused.
I actually just have one brief follow-up. With regards to the complaint that you said came from across the street, are there any residences across the street?
Yes,
Residences across Baltimore Avenue from 708 East Baltimore?
yes.
that's interesting because
Sir.
you,
Go ahead.
well, I would just proffer to the board that if you look at that location, there are 2 seafood restaurants.
I'm
and
sorry, is
they're-
council testifying now?
It's a proffer.
I didn't, oh, it sounds like you're testifying.
It's a proffer to the board.
I would object to a proffer to the board.
Okay, so.
I think the board's going to take notice that what the captain said was that the complaint came from Penn Boulevard, and
it's across the
there
street.
are residential properties located on Penn Boulevard. That's what we'll take notice of.
Okay, I was gonna
Thank
ask for judicial notice, but that satisfies me. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain. If
welcome.
Captain be excused? since-
Yes.
Thank you. I have one more witness, sir.
Good night.
Good night, thank you for waiting. Sir, state.
Have your name, please?
This will probably be easiest.
Thank
I'll
you.
say it to the board. My name is Guy Bonadonna, Associate Director, License and Inspection Code Enforcement.
Can we have Mr. Bonadonna sworn in, please?
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give through the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Now, have you had the opportunity to examine this particular property?
Yes, I have.
What capacity? What was your job? What were you there for?
The first night I was called out was August 5th, around 10, it was around 10 PM. It was in conjunction with the police. They dispatched me out because they were, supposedly there was a club-like atmosphere on that date, and they were selling liquor in the property on that date. I arrived with the police. We entered the building. There was liquor being sold. There was a girl behind the bar selling liquor. There were SKUs out on the bar,
There were what out on the bar?
the scan codes. And it clearly said for liquor,
When you say they were selling liquor, that's a conclusion. How did you know they were selling liquor?
because when we first went in, there was a couple patrons in there at the time. The owners were not available. And the girl behind the bar actually asked me if I wanted a drink.
Okay. Did you do do you have any experience, or were you, I'm sorry, I'm tired. How about the capacity? Have you had any issues with the capacity of the crowds in that location?
I have no, at that time, no.
Had you gone back subsequent times?
I was also out there, I was called back out on September 2nd. Again, for, the LCP was present with us that evening. They had a couple undercover buys in there in the previous weeks. And we were going to wait that night till 1 or 2 in the morning, and because of manpower issues, we decided to go in early before the bar got crowded, or before the establishment got crowded, just because they didn't want to have any confrontations for the safety of everybody.
And why was the LCB going in there?
Because the LCB agents in the past prior weeks have went into the bar and had buys from the establishment, known as the Glow and Puff Lounge.
What is above the Glow and Puff Lounge?
It's a 2-story building. There's, I believe, 2 apartments above there. It could just be 1, but we were always notified there was 2 up there in prior years.
Have you had any other issues with this location?
Just the back and forth about the liquor license, and I think the owner, who was just up here a little while ago, I think he was misinformed when he applied to get the license, that he thought he could start selling immediately once he applied for it. They just, when you apply, you don't get to sell liquor. And, I kind of explained the rules as best I knew them that night. I'm not an expert on it, and I tried to direct him what he was going to have to do if he did want to obtain a liquor license and how to go about it. I even told him some of the,
Do you have specific concerns as the L&I director if he were to become a hookah lounge?
yeah, there's some other things that are going to have to be met, especially like ventilation, because it will have to be fresh air intake will have to be put in the building, especially because there's people that live above it and in adjoining properties live above them. I mean, the fresh air intake has to go 7 feet beyond the highest window.
Do you have other concerns about what might happen if this property now becomes a hookah lounge, given the experiences of the problems you've had in the past?
Yes, we do. I do,
What are your
especially because it's like a carnival atmosphere type on that block at that night because there's several bars in the area and patrons just go up and down the bar from bar to bar. And apparently this was being used as one of them bars. It was just, people were going into it and they go back and forth and there were several fights there. And the one night that there was a fight there, it was 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and there were still 15 to 20 people inside 708 Baltimore Avenue.
After the closing time?
Yes, well after the closing time.
Okay. I have no other questions of you, sir. I think he has questions for you.
Mr. Scott?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
It's Guy Bonadonna.
Mr. Bonadonna. Mr. Bonadonna, I'll start with where you left off. You said that on one occasion there was a fight that was taking place at this location at 4 o'clock in the morning.
It was a little after 4, but yes, 4:36, I believe it was.
Was the establishment still open?
The establishment, as far as I know, I was not there when the fight started.
So you were not there. Did you witness the fight itself?
No, I read the police incident report from that night.
I'm just going to object to this. This entire line of evidence is just hearsay. I understand that we have flexible rules of hearsay, but it's unclear to me why, if there are concerns about this particular location, if there's police report where police officers are attesting to incidents specifically at this location, that we don't have those police officers here to testify. Mr. Bonadonna cannot say for sure that these incidents took place at this location. He just testified. He didn't witness it himself.
We'll note your objections.
And I would just go on to continue to say that if indeed that there were a fight on this strip, even in front of the property, he has testified that the property was not open at that time.
So noted on the record.
Excuse me a second. Mr. Bonadonna, you also testified that there were undercover buys at this location.
Correct.
Were you present when these undercover buys were made? I know you said you were present in the store, in the location when someone offered you a drink, someone behind the bar. Is
Yes.
that correct? Do you remember when this happened?
On August 5th
Okay,
and
August.
September 2nd.
So it happened twice, that you were in the building.
The one time I was in the building when they offered me a drink was August 5th.
Okay.
I was not offered a drink on September 2nd.
What was the nature of your visit or the purpose of your visit?
I was called out by the police because of prior weekend, there was a very large fight in the area that night, and the place was open at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, which several people were still inside the building at that time. And they were asking me to go in and advise them, the 2 a.m. curfew law. And then when we found out other things were going on, then I proceeded to close the establishment down.
So on September the 2nd, you were called out to 708 East Baltimore Avenue. I just want to break this down.
That was the second time, yes.
September the 2nd. The first time was August the 5th.
That's correct.
When you entered in, you said someone behind a bar offered you a drink.
That was on August 5th, not the 2nd.
That's what I just said, but that's fine. Thanks for clarifying.
Mhm.
So on September the 2nd, what time did you arrive at the establishment?
I believe that was around, the time did I first arrive there?
On September the 2nd,
On the premises or inside the premises?
at the premises,
8 o'clock,
8 PM.
correct. We met the LCB agents there.
Okay. How long did you stay there?
We were there till approximately, on the scene, probably a little after, I was there till probably a little after 11.
So you cannot speak from personal knowledge whether the establishment was still open past 2 a.m. that day on September the 2nd, September the 3rd.
It definitely wasn't open that late because I closed it down that night.
Okay. And on September the 5th, what time did you leave?
That was very late.
What time?
I don't recall exactly.
Was it 3 o'clock in the morning?
I don't recall.
Can you estimate?
I did-
Was it after midnight?
I don't recall that night.
Was it 8 p.m.?
I don't recall, like I said.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what time the first night was that I
And you
left.
can't, and you can't provide us a time frame as to when that was. That's fine. So you said you were called out September the 2nd because the previous weekend, there was an incident in the area. That was your testimony, was it not?
Correct.
Was it the previous incident? How were you made aware of this incident?
But it was through police reports
What did the police report say?
that there was another fight in the area that night?
In the area, that's what the police report said?
Yes.
Did it say that there was a fight at 708 East Baltimore?
No, and I didn't say there was a fight that night.
I understand you didn't say that. I'm just asking you a question. So your answer is no.
I'm
There was
sorry,
not-
objection, it's getting very argumentative.
I'm trying to get clarification.
You're getting
Overruled, please continue.
Thank you. So, as far as you know, there was never a fight at 708 East Baltimore Avenue, based on your review of the police report.
At the exact location, I can't say no, no.
The answer is no.
It was stated in the police report that it was there. I was not personally there when the fight was taking place, no.
In the police report, it stated that there was a fight at 708 East Baltimore Avenue, or there was a fight in the area?
It was a fight spilling out from what was known as the Glow and Puff Lounge, is how it was written.
It was actually written in the police report that there was a fight spilling out of the Glow and Puff Lounge.
From patrons of the Glow and Puff Lounge, yes, it was.
That's what the police report stated?
Yes, it was.
Okay. As far as you're aware, has the Glow and Puff Lounge ever been cited for any violations
Before this was done?
at any time?
No, it was the first we heard about it, and that's why we shut it down.
So you shut it down without a citation?
Absolutely.
And based on your knowledge, you never presented the owners with a citation or gave them an opportunity to correct any violations or anything like that. Is that correct?
No, I explained to him about the liquor license because it was just, pretty much unheard of that you would open a bar with no liquor license to just sell liquor.
And the reason why you shut it down was because of the liquor license issue?
It was because of the fight issue.
You shut it down because of the fight?
I'm sorry, hold on. Stop. I understand that the township opened the door about the enforcement issues. I feel like we're going down a path that is about the truth or veracity of the enforcement issues. I think the point's been made as to both the township's point and any cross-examination towards credibility at this point. Can we, do we need to continue down this path? It's becoming belabored, and I don't find it, I allowed breath to this, but I think we're getting to the point where we're so far afield from the special exception application that this is just, we're beyond relevancy.
I would agree. I won't use the word pushback. My only response
Mhm.
would be that we're completely blindsided by all of this. There was no objection, as far as we're aware, to the application. There was no documentation provided either. I would understand if it wasn't provided to myself. My contact information was not there. None of this was provided to the applicants. So we're being asked.
When you say none of this, are you talking about the township's opposition, or are you talking about these enforcement
The
actions?
enforcement actions that the township is now attempting to use as the basis for tarring my client's establishment as a problematic establishment. Let's call it what it is. That's exactly the road that they're going down.
Understood. I think we understand the argument on both sides, and I feel at this point, the record is fairly saturated as to both parties' stance on this issue.
Fair enough.
I'd like us to move on.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Bonadonna.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Absolutely. At the board, I'd like to ask the board if they have any questions for Mr. Bonadama.
Thank you for staying so late.
But
rest.
But you are excused. Thank you. I think we've reached the end of both parties' case in chief, and there is nobody left in the audience for public comment. But before the board takes this under consideration, thank you. We do have one legal question that I think needs to be addressed by counsel for both parties. As I stated on the record, the requirement for the special exception here as to both the hours of operation and in the board's purview, the determination whether the premises is adequately buffered is based on the parcel's location within 300 feet of a residentially zoned property. I think there's not been any argument or evidence presented that disputes this is in the C4 within Upper Darby, but I think the board has taken judicial notice that there are residentially zoned parcels within 300 feet, although they are located within the borough of East Lansdowne. Based on the language of this ordinance, does council have any argument or comment as to whether those residentially zoned parcels in East Lansdowne, which are in 300 feet, should impact the application of these requirements in this situation? I'll let the applicant's attorney address that first.
Our position is that no. Our position would be that the township has its ordinances for the benefit of the public at large, but specifically for residents of the township. I think if the township contemplated or wished to contemplate the impact of zoning on properties outside of the township, then that most likely would have been reflected in the language itself. As it stands right now, the language is pretty vague, but again, we know the purpose for which the code was drafted. It was for the purpose of protecting and looking after the goodwill and health and safety of the residents of the township. To the extent that there might be residentially zoned properties that exist in a different jurisdiction, then our position would be that the township lacks jurisdiction to implement any enforcement activities that would implicate residences outside of the township's jurisdictional limits.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Marcini, any response?
That doesn't make one bit of sense. The ordinance is clear. It's 300 feet of a residentially zoned property. I mean, that would make no sense. So the purpose of the ordinance is to protect homes from hookah, from the smoke, from the impediment of that. So I think that they'd have to present something to show how they're going to buffer it. I don't think because a house is across the street doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to that house. It wouldn't make any sense. I mean, how could East Lansdowne try to enforce? East Lansdowne couldn't put an ordinance and then try to impose it in Upper Darby. But clearly, if you have a house across the street, it has to be protected. That's the purpose of the ordinance. I just don't think it makes any sense not to make it applicable.
All right, thank you, Ms.
Just a
Marcini.
brief response. I think council makes a great point, and my response would be that if East Lansdowne wanted to enforce activities coming out of Upper Darby, there should be a reciprocal agreement or reciprocity agreement between the two jurisdictions. We don't have that. And I think if the purpose was to have this cross-jurisdictional enforcement of activity, then ideally you would have some sort of like official written documented memorandum of understanding or agreement between the parties.
I understood. I understand both parties' argument. Is the board ready to render a decision, or do we need to recess briefly? All right, we're going to recess into executive session. maybe we will get Bridget home to our baby.
Just get me home for court tomorrow at 8:30 and I'll be fine.
All right, there was no one here for public comment. That is noted on the record. The board recessed into executive session to discuss the application, and now would be appropriate time for a motion on the application.
So for application 10-7 of 23, I make a motion to deny this application. Do I have
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed?
No, the motion passes. You'll receive a written decision of the board within 45 days of tonight.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
Second, please.